Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralists.
up. Hop around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Long time no see, everybody.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I didn't expect Winter wearing a mask. That's wow.
I didn't expect that. It was such a surprise.
You saw this coming, yes.
I did not see this coming at all.
Who is that?
This is the mask for Sin Cara, who was a WWE wrestler who went back to Mexico after he was in WWE for a bit. Went back to Mexico, now goes by the name Mystico. I got this on my trip to Mexico. That's why I wasn't on the show last week.
Wow.
Very cool.
Kind of hard to hear you through the mask, but
it's okay.
It's a little hot under that mask, but
yeah.
And did you get any other souvenirs or just wrestling ones?
Each of my kids got a luchador mask as well.
There you go.
You got kids, Matt?
I knew
it. Kids on here. You got kids?
Yeah, I got kids.
David too.
David's got learning
kids.
this now.
Yeah.
I have one child. Yes.
I have
two.
You have two?
Wait,
Mike?
what?
No, Mike does not. He's a liar.
I have a 10-year-old
He has
pug.
pets that he pretends are children. Yeah.
And a 4-year-old.
We're not buying that.
I have a son. Ben. I got
Pets
a
are not
son.
children.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So you guys
I also have a 5-year-old cat.
We would feel pretty bad though if in the
I got a
past
dog.
week Mike adopted 2 kids and we were just denying.
I didn't know.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I would
Terrible. Terrible. Emma, you don't have
we got a
any kids?
special guest. We should probably let the
Yes.
guest introduce
You have a guest
herself.
right here. Emma Vigeland.
Yes.
Emma Vigeland, yes, I am childless. Just hello to everybody. I know that if there's any right wingers in the audience that might ask what's wrong with me, why I'm not doing my wifely duties, but not quite yet. Thank you guys for having me on. It's a pleasure to chat with you all. I love all of your guys' work individually. And Matt Binder is my colleague, so I have to say that legally. But no, I don't mean it. I love and appreciate Binder very, very much. So thank you guys for having me on.
So great to have you on.
It's great to talk with you again in one day, Emma. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
it's like making up
dose.
for that week I missed you last week.
Exactly.
So we got a lot to talk about because go ahead.
Sorry, but before you do that, Matt, I know she's not going to say anything, but we should also mention that Rebecca has some troubles that she just went through. So we have a donation link. If you have $1 to spare, please click on the dono link. That's, I think, probably going to be in everyone's chats right now, and help out Rebecca. I don't want to steal the reason why. So if you want to explain it, you could. But if you don't want to, that's also totally cool and valid, and you can just go to the link right now and donate.
I explain, but look, I'm so prideful. It's crazy. You're like, she's not about to say anything. You sound like, oh, like that's how I am. Honestly, I'm Caribbean, and that's a thing too. The pride is high, but I just long story short, don't want to take the time because I know that we have a lot of stories to cover. I really appreciate you, Lance, for helping me out with this, and thanks so much everybody who supported and already. Long story short, last Thursday before I got on the show, wasn't feeling too well after work, went to the store as usual, went to go get some painkillers, and to go ahead and do the show. I tried to get just at the Target, try to get some painkillers. Card didn't go through. Went to go see what was going on. and all of my accounts with this financial institution were at zero. And I was like, that's not right. That's not right. Let me just, call and see what's going on right before the show. And they weren't able to give me much information at the time. And they provided me a number and said that it was Georgia State Revenue holding my money. I don't know. So I was like, oh, do I owe IRS? You don't play with the IRS. So called them, did the show because I couldn't do anything. Did the show. And at the next day, I actually called, and Georgia was like, no, nothing is due. Nothing. There's nothing. Like, you're good. Call back the bank. And then they were saying that here's a number to call. Called that number. People weren't picking up. Then they were hanging up in my face. Then they were being rude. Then I got this is a creditor. So I called back the bank and they were saying, yes, it seems like it's a creditor from a credit card company. Saw what credit card it was from. And it was from literally when I was like 19. I had took out a credit card to put my brother through school, long story short. And I dealt with that as I got older. Guys, I'm 33 years old now. So I dealt with that as I got older and I thought that was done. Looks like the creditors and still decided it was going to come off my credit. The day that it was going to come off my credit was that Thursday. They went to the court. I don't know how this is legal, but it is here in Georgia. Went to the court, got a legal order, and held my funds. Even though that they held the amount they needed, they're holding all of my money for as long as they want. They're saying up to 30 days now or more. So anything that's passing through it's theirs right now. So it's keeping my account at zero. And so virtually had nothing. Now I keep all of because I'm a grown woman now, I like on my show, I talked about it and how Ben said it. I liked how he said it. I'm a working class woman, and working class and poor, we just right there. Any dollar, any cent, it's the first of the month. All my bills were basically on auto pay. Wasn't able to get my rent paid. Wasn't able to, get food as I usually do as I budget throughout the month. And I'm virtually like, I have nothing. I have money, can't get to it. And I think that was it was a very trying time. Still came on and did the show because that's my job. Got to do what I got to do. Tried to work out things. And it's just been really, really tough. Called some legal and they're saying as unethical as this is, it's not illegal for them to do that. And so I just found that to be crazy, as if I'm a criminal, as if I took out a PPP loan, as if I haven't done none of those things, any of those things. And these people have literally taken hold of my account. And for this financial institution to do so was very strange. And as I was talking to the creditors, they're rude and they're going to try. They told me that they were a law office, in which they're not. And they started telling me that they got my information from online and all these kind of things, and they'll hold my account as long as they want. So rude, so nasty. And I'm like, well, you got the money, just let go of my account. And they told me, no, they've got the legal order for 30 days or more. So virtually I have nothing. So to take care of myself, I've been having to just borrow or whatever. And that's been, it's humbling. I will say that. But it's also like, dang, I feel like I'm working for free. My check that I got went straight into their hands. And any income that I get is going straight into their hands as well. So that's been my life for about a week. But I'm grateful to the people who have already been supportive and supporting. Again, it's just like one of those things. I'm like, I'm not a criminal, but these things just they act like I really stole some money or whatever the case may be. And I'm 33 years old right now. And I've dealt with a lot of the things on my credit, and all of that. Rent is what is today? The 10th. They're already sending out eviction. I've been living here for almost 4 years now. Never had been late, trying to keep it up on the up and up. And it's already like those things immediately it's really telling when you're somebody who lives paycheck to paycheck or whatever, one little thing could really destroy your life. You can it just takes a lot. So it's been taking a lot out of me, but I've been trying to stay positive. So I really, really, really appreciate the help and just pushing that out there for me. But yeah, I'm with 30 days until I can get my hands back on my money and get my life together. But I appreciate the assistance, though. Thank you guys.
Damn. Is your landlord like a big real estate company, or is it just like a guy who owns a house?
No, real estate company.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
naturally, right?
Mm-hmm. So they're not. So they're like, yeah, we're coming, and I'm like, wait, but I've been living here, making sure that I've been like paid up, making sure that I'm on time. Like I've been doing what I need to do. Can you just give me a little bit more time to figure this out? With other bills, but I've been able to talk to my other, other debt and let them know, hey, this is going on. Just give me some time while I figure this out. But the apartment complex, honey, they're like, no, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that. So, or you're gonna be outside.
And I don't know where you are in Georgia, right? But no rent, no tenant protections in that way.
Oh, that's real. No. Okay. Yeah. No, they are the type of people. When I first moved here, I pay $1,000 more on my rent than when I first moved here a year ago. There's nothing like they can do whatever they want with you. Mm-hmm.
That's extremely fucked up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's unethical, but it's not illegal. Nothing here. Georgia's a crazy place. And the fact that I keep going back to the fact that I think about me, but I think about other people who I was reading from this particular company. I was reading the comment section, guys, and it was bringing tears to my eyes because I'm in my own situation. But people who were like, I could not feed my kids. I couldn't do I couldn't get my car out of the shop. So, or I became homeless, or I was in the doctor's office, for a health issue, and they ended up garnishing or holding my funds. And so I couldn't even pay off my medical bills for this, or I couldn't get what I needed after surgery. So I was like, dang, like this stuff is happening. And in some states I was reading, you can't do that. But in other states, they will come for these funds under the guise of like saying they're a law office, scaring people who don't have the knowledge. And so, yeah, it sucks. And I was like, out of everybody, why would it be me? But I had to go through my little funk about it. And then like, I got things to do, so to figure it out or try or whatever. So that's my story.
Oh, God. Damn, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It was tough. It was tough, but being on the show on Thursday was helpful. Just to be here and just kind of like last Thursday, because it just happened, and I'm like, now I got to be on these people's show, and I don't even know what's going on, but I'm like, no, I got things to do, and if I sit, I have really bad anxiety, and if I sit on that, it'll just, I gotta.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, it's your show too. Second of all, I feel
our show.
I feel so bad that you had to deal with that. I can empathize. Like distractions are essential if you have anxiety. But yeah, I put the link at the very top of the description box. You have to refresh. Thank you so much. Adrian Vixen is posting it as well. It's a really long link. But please consider. Yeah, consider.
Lance was trying to teach me how to do the link. I was like, I don't know if I did it right. So, yeah. Thank you guys, though.
Hopefully that works. But please do not send super chats to me tonight. Donate to Rebecca, and we'll take questions. Like I'll take questions, just non-super chat questions, please, because this is fucked up, and yeah, she needs your help.
Thank you.
Damn, Mike's just gonna take every chat tonight. We're gonna be here until tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Some chats. By the way, I have to leave and come back. I'm gonna get to my other computer because it's still the audio is terrible for me. So I will be right back.
Oh, everything's good.
Maybe it's been you the whole time.
Lance,
it was not me.
Lance, I've seen some people in the chat say you're not streaming. Are you not? Did you forget to restart?
I am streaming right now. Yeah,
oh, interesting. Okay, then they just.
I'm streaming. On
all of you in the.
I have 400
audience
are talking about. I'm streaming.
Not Emma being here and we're not together. Look, I apologize, Emma. It's really not like.
You kidding me? I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out where's the link for this? I can retweet it or something.
I'll share. I'll send it to you in a DM.
Great.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. So let's get stared here with.
Oh yeah,
some
you had
news.
a story to talk about right away, right?
No, I didn't. I was just saying let's get some news.
Oh, you didn't.
You just want to make content.
I mean, I could pull one. Listen, I'm actually playing catch up. You know, when you're gone for a week, it really throws. And you're someone who's like plugged into. Yeah, I'm the same thing on Majority Report earlier. Do I really look that different? I didn't know.
You got a tan. You got
a little tan there. See it?
It's probably the most sunlight I've ever gotten. Honestly, I was forced into it. I'm not a beach or a pool person. But when you're invited to, my cousin got married in Mexico, and you know, the two kids wanted to be in the pool and go to the beach. We did the whole thing where we swam with the dolphins and we went parasailing, the whole Mexican vacation shebang. Yeah, and then we snuck away from the wedding as well to go catch a lucha libre show, and I saw some Mexican pro wrestling where I got the mask, and my kids got to take pictures with some wrestlers. It was cool. It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Nice.
So is that like not? I don't want to be disrespectful if I say this because I'm not sure, but like Nacho Libre, like the movie.
That movie is based on like it's about like a luchador, like not a real one, like a made up luchador. Jack Black plays him. Yeah. In Mexico, pro wrestling is very different. It's a lot of acrobatics. Not everyone, but a lot of wrestlers wear masks that are passed down generation to generation. Like it's like a real like cultural thing everywhere in Mexico, pretty much. Like all the tourist like shops and everything, they all like, along with like the Day of the Dead skeleton merchandise, a lot of wrestling stuff. It's like part of their culture down there.
So can I ask you a question? Is Nacho Libre woke or is it problematic?
No, it's probably. I actually never saw it. Honestly,
you never saw it.
I never saw it. Yeah,
you still have to have an opinion on it.
I bet you're like offended.
Yeah,
by
you have
it.
to have an opinion.
No, I'm not. I'm sure it's fine. Jack Black seems like a guy who wouldn't take anything that was like a bad role. He seems like a good guy. And I haven't heard anyone in the wrestling community, and like even the
back
Lucha
in the
Libre
day.
thing.
So I don't.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
I guess you have to go back and watch.
Did he make Shallow Hal before or after?
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Those
That's
are both
right.
the same in my mind.
Maybe I have to take back that one. Yeah. Ooh, I forgot about that one.
Outrage is different these days. Like I feel like today, that movie would have caused selective outrage. I would say. I'm gonna use that lightly. But back in the day, like we were just watching things, and like our opinions were not like. We weren't as deep. So yeah, now we deep. So as we look at something, we're analyzing it. We have something to say about it. We're going to give it talking points. We're going to get out, think pieces, and it's going to take away from how we first initially felt about whatever we watched. And now I
can't believe I forgot about Shallow.
I mean, how could you forget? I think about those like late 90s. I mean, I was born in 1994. So
oh my God, you're the youngest one here now. 94.
Oh really? I guess.
Oh,
yeah.
Definitely
I mean,
the
I guess. Yes.
Yeah.
But like, and my boyfriend was born. He's a few years older than me, and like, but we grew up, around the same time, and just like the movies that he watched growing up and what I watched, like so many movies just dedicated to teenage boys, and like they all have 17% on Rotten Tomatoes. Everyone's like a white guy who ends up with like the hottest lady ever, and all the women in these movies are either like prudes or whores, or they're like the teacher that's yelling at you, and there's no in between for any of it. And I'm like, how are there 400 movies like this? And I cherished Mean Girls for like 7 years because it was one of the only movies that spoke to me.
Mean Girls was good though. It holds up.
That's a good movie though. That's the difference.
Yeah.
There's actually effort put into that movie.
A lot of those movies, you're right, from the 90s, those romantic comedies or whatever, and they were mostly because they were mostly white women. Okay, it was mostly white cast, and we was watching them. Listen, we had no issues watching them. We was watching them because that was what we had for mainstream, especially. But a lot of those movies the characters were exactly that. The girls would be like mean to the guy, or the guys would be terrible with like in the first 5 minutes of the movie, the guy would like treat her bad, go out, live his full life. She's been crying for 17 years.
Yeah.
Then they bump into each other at a coffee shop. She's living her best life now. And they bump into each other at a coffee shop. And now she forgives him. And like, just because he was like, I've changed. Now it's like the most romantic movie you've ever seen in your life. And that's how it ends. And they get married and they're like gone with it. I don't like that. Because that's not
something about Mary. He stalks her. Like he literally is should be in prison. And she's a perfect, like, Cameron Diaz is a doctor.
Yeah.
And she ends up with her stalker, Ben Stiller. So I don't know how we got here, but
but yeah, no, you see, but it's those movies were problematic back in the day. We would no outrage. We were just watching it, flicks. Like I watched I was binge watching some Black movies from back in the day, like Jason's Lyric. What is that? The Security Guard? No, with Whitney Houston. What? The Bodyguard.
The Bodyguard.
I was going.
That's
back
considered
to
a Black
watch
movie,
these
even though Kevin Costner is like in there.
When you said The Security Guard, I said
the Security
in my head, I thought Paul Blart's a Black movie.
I was younger then, and I thought they were so romantic. When I'm going back, I'm like, no, this is very like this is whack. Like these are problematic movies. But the outrage I would have today, and because I've dated, you know, I've been with men, I've seen, I feel it's not, no, this ain't right. But back in the day, it was like, oh my God, I can't wait to get older and just get a guy and just be like this. That's how it's crazy.
So
you
many
know how
old
you were just
movies
saying
are
that all of
really
them
bad.
Oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, you know how you were saying they were all white? My mom really wanted me to watch Stella Got Her Groove Back when I was a kid, and then Taye Diggs made me bisexual. It was a wild movie.
Oh my God. No, Taye Diggs is fine. Taye Diggs is fine, okay? It's fine. Stella got her group back.
Well, speaking of bisexual,
that movie's how Lance got his groove.
Oh, there we go.
That was a good segue. You all missed it. David just.
I know you all talked over my segue.
Oh wait, what'd you say?
I said, speaking of bisexual, Steven Crowder is in the news this week.
Wait, whoa! I really missed something then, didn't I? What's going on here?
That was a good
Did you hear about? Let me just say, SAC. Have you heard about SAC, Binder?
You mean the Screen Actors Guild?
No, SAC play.
No, I have not. I'm out of the Steven Crowder loop here.
Like it sounds.
No.
Oh man, I'm enjoying that. Binder's gonna find out about this right now. All right, so there's a story this week.
Wait, I don't know what this is either. I feel like I should know, but it's homophobic that I feel like I should know that.
You gotta let me just say this one quote, like that you tweeted out. Okay, I'm gonna. Find
the one that I tweeted. Yeah,
because
I will allow you.
SAC tap.
Okay,
but before. Just to quickly set it up, former employees left Steven Crowder's company, and this was after an NDA that they were asked to sign that required them to, if they broke the NDA, it would cost them $100,000, which, you know, after he complained about the Daily Wire contract, it's kind of rich coming from him. But in addition to that, yes, absolutely anti-free speech. In addition to that, let me find, here it is. This happened. I'm going to bring it up on screen.
Just need to let Emma know that on this show we start with the most important news first, and it just goes downhill from here.
This is important news.
Yes, this is incredibly important right here. All right, here you go, Emma. You may read this. Don't read.
If you're not okay with guys playing sack tap, then this isn't the place for you, the source said. Crowder told staff, referring to the act of tapping another person's genitals. After the interrogation of current staffers, 4 employees departed the company. The NDA was insane, said the source close to Crowder. Most employees were scared because of it. Some talked to lawyers about it because they were afraid, but thought that if they didn't sign, that they would incriminate themselves. He was intimidating. Steven's increasing justification of his workplace sexual behavior between men makes a lot of male employees uncomfortable. He always says it's joking, but it doesn't seem like a joke to anyone anymore. Yeah, you know, when there are repeated instances of you putting your genitalia on your male employees, of you tapping your employees' genitals,
a requirement.
employees photos of your genitals. All of this being well sourced by Mediaite, who has multiple sources on each of these stories. Although I think the first one was from the New York Post. Right. But I'm forgetting the specifics of that earlier one. But these two recent ones are from Mediaite. Yeah.
What's the context for that part where it says they thought that if they didn't sign that they would incriminate themselves?
Oh, okay. So Mediaite, I can't remember if they were the one that also revealed this story, but about 4 or 5 different staffers under, anonymity came forward to talk about how the work environment with Steven Crowder is him consistently exposing his genitals, asking other people for drugs and or supplying them with drugs, usually prescription, opiates and amphetamines and stuff like that. And obviously all the things you've already heard is in making them go into very uncomfortable sexual situations and sketches. He's like, let's own the libs by greasing you up with garlic butter and things like that. When they came out, he apparently held a big meeting where he didn't want any more leaks. And so he's like, you got to sign this NDA. And now four people have quit over this because they don't want to have to sign this.
So they didn't sign. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would probably leave too if I was suddenly asked to sign an NDA. Like that. Jeez.
Well, usually those are included at some of these media companies, and they're maybe a little bit more buttoned up at the outset of their employment contract. But Steven made it incredibly onerous with the $100K, so much so, I think a lot of lawyers would look at that and say that's too, well, I mean, I don't know what they're in Texas, so that might be difficult, but that's too onerous of a contract between employee and employer. But it is interesting because, you'd be surprised at how many media organizations, even ones that, say they're on the left, use NDAs to make it so that their employees are unable to say bad things about them in the press. And
Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, and even bigger places too. It's so standard practice at media organizations, where you're supposed to be in search of the truth. I would love to see a conversation between Sam and my other colleagues where he would try to get us to sign an NDA. It would be laughable. I mean, it's just, I think it's pretty, it shows a lack of respect for your employees, but that is par for the course with Crowder, who is harassing them and doing so in this deeply repressed way that we've always speculated about, obviously. Because of how virulently homophobic he is, but he seems to always be finding a way to either show his genitals to a man or touch another man's genitals. And to be honest, I don't think it's unfair to point that out at this point.
Yeah. I also don't think an NDA would cover that, right? You can't. An NDA does not cover illegal activity. If you are being essentially groped, if your genitals are being touched at work against your will, I don't think the NDA would cover that. So
well,
even
we know, the sack tapping over at the lateral Crowder is the secret sauce that makes the show so popular. So we can't let that out of we can't let the other media organizations know that if they all start sack tapping,
power. Crowder gains power with every sack tap.
Yeah, it's probably crossing the burning sands over there, but to sit with Crowder and things like that. But I feel like when people hear NDA, they automatically think I can't say anything by law or whatever the case may be. So it already puts a fear in people. I remember working somewhere, can't say, but with a big presence in this space, and made me sign an NDA. And for about a year after that, because if anybody knows me, I'm not one who, how Ole says, minces words. So if I see something that's problematic, I'm going to call it out. You say that you're somebody who is for the left or whatever the case may be, or for the people, child. And I call it out because there was a certain incident. I didn't like it. And it was all in the media and I didn't like it. And I'm like, I'm working for this person. So I called it out. Honey, after I left, he was like, you sign an NDA, you can't say anything or you can't do anything. So I went to go talk to some legal colleagues, and they were like, girl, no, there were things that were done that you can actually have a conversation about. So I had a conversation about it. But what's scary is when these people are in these spaces and they have a lot of power, what they can do, you talk about it, but you're just literally probably like a small fry to a giant. And so sometimes it's they'll blacklist you, or they'll make sure that people don't work with you, or stuff. They'll put fear in you in a way, but that's what that NDA is for, to protect themselves, put fear in you. And if you do say something, they know people that you may not know and will kind of like scare you. So, and hold your job and stuff. But but that's the thing that happens.
It's predatory because a lot of people don't know if the NDA that they signed is even enforceable, because it might not be legally enforceable. But how are you supposed to know as the lay person? And funny story, I don't know if David remembers this, but a couple of years ago, there was going to be this formation of this progressive news network. And me and David were part of this, and they wanted us to sign NDAs. Me and David both talked about this, and we're like,
oh, that's right. Yeah. We were like, no, that's not. No, I'm not doing this.
That was like a non-starter for us. There was going to be.
I forgot about that completely. Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't even remember what the name of it was, but there was going to be this massive progressive network with a bunch of big content creators, and at the start they wanted us to sign NDAs. We refused. Most of us refused, and then they ended up factionalizing and forming two different organizations, and then one of them just kind of like, and then the other started and then like died. So it's a good thing we didn't sign the NDA.
Oh my gosh, I'm so curious now. What you
guys so am I. I was like, I think I know, but I don't know if I know.
Send it a DM. But no.
So it was people from the Bernie campaign, basically, right? Like it was one of the people that worked within Bernie that did media or something in Bernie's campaign.
Yeah,
their husband was a CEO of a media company, like a distribution center, that wanted to get this network on Hulu and all these different networks and stuff like that.
A lot of promises, that's for sure.
Lots of promises. It sounded really great. But that NDA, I don't give a fuck what you're offering me. Not going to sign it. So yeah. These are very, very bad, very predatory. But I have to go back to the Crowder thing, because I know people are going, there's this whole groomer narrative currently. And yes, he is bisexual, obviously, likely also suffers from gender dysphoria. But this is not an LGBTQ thing, I promise you. He does not represent all bisexual guys. If somebody in the workplace tried to do a sack tap on me, I would fucking slap them, because that's such
out of my personal space.
Right. It's such a violation.
Sexual harassment. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's completely unacceptable.
Well, he's their boss.
Right.
Yeah. And you got to say that, like, apparently a lot of the people that go to work for him, not all, but you see this with someone like Tim Pool as well. They bring in people who are fans and who might be younger, who are susceptible to accepting lower wages and accepting this kind of treatment. That is like the predatory element, of course, Mike, that you're talking about right there. And people who are in media who don't have principles like those guys, I mean, they get off on the power. They get off. That's mostly why they're in this industry, is like Crowder is overcompensating for years and years of like feeling a certain way about himself. When he was a child actor, I hate to psychoanalyze him, but actually I don't, because it's fun. And he's a terrible guy. And he wants to exert control and power, whether it's in his marriage, whether it's, which is now over, whether it's in his workplace, or whether it's over his audience. Like, that is the kind of person that's attracted to being this kind of figure on the right, especially when he's doing things like, I mean, the dude reenacted the George Floyd murder as like a comedy sketch. He is a terrible human being. And the only reason I think it's just, I'm pointing out the internalized homophobia element, Mike, and you can disagree with me if you want, but I just think it's and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, but it's just notable, just given how virulently transphobic and homophobic he is, that there's this almost like frenetic, frantic desire to go as far ahead of those kinds of things as possible, while also dressing up. And it's just a sketch.
It's what's really interesting about him is that he's obviously been at the front lines for a long time of the people saying that all drag queens are groomers, all trans people are pedophiles, all gay people are pedophiles, and yet some of his early sketches are him dressing in drag and one of his employees.
Early sketches.
The two of the early
sketches. Still to this day, the dude's doing it.
Well, yeah, that as well. But this one is so striking. Like, he would make out with someone who worked for him, and then there's video footage that he uploaded of that person stroking the outside of his genitalia while there are children present, right? Like, there's lots of kids you can spot in the audience. That's the exact activity that he says is like, this is pedophiles, this is grooming, you know?
Yeah.
Like, one for one.
I mean, the way that he expresses his internalized homophobia is the way that I did the same thing when I was like 14. And then, I got a little bit older, like 16, 17, and I'm like, okay, I think that this is one of those Doubt protest too much situations. I'm being a little bit obvious. Not that I had like come out to myself and I'm like, oh, they're never going to know. But it's just like, you kind of like, you try to double down and be like, no, I'm straight. Grr. But yeah, I think that maybe he thinks that if he's just cool with like, the casual, grabbing men's genitals who he works with, that'll throw off the scent because he just is so comfortable with his sexuality. He doesn't care. When it's like, brother, look at the photographs of you in drag. Like you're like, you love it. You're sashaying around.
You're happy. You're happy.
You feel comfortable.
It feels like his energy has to go somewhere. Like it feels like that energy has to go and so he's gonna act like a 12-year-old boy with repressed sexual urges.
It's in the people who abuse power often and have these hidden desires and things like that. They're going to be, like you said, predatory where they're working. They're going to abuse those people in any way, shape, or form. And those repressed desires, those things that he's been keeping in him and denouncing, to stay true to his side of things. The people who are working for these people are going to get abused, and they're going to think, and imagine if I lose this job, if I lose this or what, they put fear in those people. So they'll take it. They'll do these things just to keep their job or just to make sure that they're good. Their relationship with their boss is good because they don't want any issues. There's a fear there. And these people always abuse power. You can look at him and see that he's that kind of person. And they keep him in the space for so long. So it's almost like that's just how he is. I bet you that's how people are. That's just how he is. That's just it. And that's also problematic too.
Yeah, that's his sense of humor. That's just his personality. He doesn't mean anything by it. He's not trying to make you uncomfortable. Like all these things to make it seem better and to sanitize it, when in actuality, like this is literally just like not just sexual harassment, but sexual assault of your own employees, which again, the power dynamic makes it so much worse.
Yeah, putting your balls on someone else's face doesn't matter like who they are. You're sexually harassing them, even if you're like, "Oh, this is just ball lick. It's a game we play as gentlemen. Just a couple good old boys slapping each other with their balls."
Oh yeah.
Like, no, like
yeah, bro, it'd be so funny if we licked each other's cocks. Like, that'd be so funny.
Jesus Christ!
Like,
I thought we got explicit enough.
Just a prank, bro. Yeah, just a prank. What?
What if we fucked really fast? LOL.
What do we own the libs by fucking each other?
They're gonna be so triggered.
Anyways, I wanted to bring this up just to show you that whatever's going on with this is not benefiting him at all. I bet you he is kicking himself silly that he did not take that Daily Wire contract for $50 million because his support has dropped considerably since he launched on Rumble. And I'm sure he's making enough money, right? Because he still has his mug club or the hell it is.
Well, Rumble's paying him too.
Money coming in. And Rumble's paying him on top of that. So that's fair. I'm not sure how much they're paying him. So maybe they're paying him more than Daily Wire. I don't know. But
I doubt that. But they're probably paying him a good amount of money. I mean,
certainly a disgusting amount.
They're
amount
paying,
that would make you revolted to see.
I mean, it's pretty clear though that it's not like this isn't like not to take away the credit of the failing Louder with Crowder show from Steven Crowder. But I think this is also a broader thing for all of these people looking for an alternative to YouTube should take a look at. This isn't like just unique to Crowder. I'm going to make this, I don't have the data in front of me, but I'm going to make a very, I'm sure this is correct. That, obviously, pull that chart up again. Obviously, there was some interest in the Louder with Crowder show when it went to Rumble. Then clearly there might have been an event or two that gave it some
I will
peak
tell
viewership.
You what those events were.
Oh, please go ahead.
The first one I believe is the feud with Candace Owens.
Okay.
Right. The feud. And then I think that second spike is after his divorce. Like,
yep, it is.
After that video came out of him trying to force his pregnant wife, who's like almost 9 months pregnant with their twins, to walk their dogs while he sat on his ass smoking a cigar and then also said that she had to feed the dogs their medicine, even though she worried it was toxic to her. As he said, that do your wifely duties. That's the kind of guy Steven is. So,
and she couldn't leave the house, and they have one car for some reason, even though he's a millionaire, which is bizarre.
That is
you guys brought that to my attention last show about
Red flag,
Sam,
yeah.
and that's crazy. I think and people praise these type of people. That's the type of man. I mean, a man's man. Okay, and that's exactly what people. That's what a lot of the people on the right, and even I would say some people who are just really people who are classic, they would think that this is like she needs to do her wifely duties. She's pregnant. There's nothing wrong with her. And that type of person, see, this person is dangerous. Not only are they dangerous in the workspace, at home, and these are the people that people are really paying to see. They are taking their word as Bible verses, putting it up on the wall, praising these people. And it becomes very problematic and dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Right. It was a man's man.
So my broader thing about Rumble is clearly it's not it's destination viewing. You have to specifically go for that person and that you want to see on Rumble, and obviously it's very catered towards a very specific niche demographic. Which is good for the platform, but obviously not good for individual creators because Rumble's, able to pay all these people. So they're probably making money via all the usual Fox News Gold advertisers all flocking to Rumble to advertise there. But I mean, it's not the same as YouTube or these other mainstream platforms where people are just used to being on and they get recommended videos and they'll just check them out. These guys really think, and I'll use Cratter as the example, they really think they are much bigger than they actually are. Obviously, they are way bigger than they should be, and they make a lot of money, but they also think they're even much bigger than that. And because they got big heads from their subscriber base and viewership base on YouTube, not realizing that a lot of that comes from specifically algorithms recommending their content and not because anyone was specifically seeking out, I'm a big Crowder fan, I want to check out his stuff.
Yeah, and reactionary content does better with those algorithms too, because the more outrageous you are, just inherently it gets people to click. So they overestimate their own importance just based on the inflammatory nature of their subject matter, and then they cry foul when they get deplatformed when they push it just a little bit too far by promoting hate speech and things like that. When in fact the entire time they were beneficiaries of that platform, of that structure.
Right. And when it doesn't work in their favor anymore, their shtick gets old, on Twitter, X now, for example, now they run to Musk. It's hilarious to see all these right-wingers cry to Musk every other day. I'm looking at my analytics and meticulously pouring through tweet by tweet how many impressions each one get. And I'm noticing a slight downturn from the previous week. I think something's very wrong, Elon. You got to check this out. And he comes running to them, looking into this. Very concerning. I'm checking it out right now. End Wokeness, who posts race science and skull measuring data. He got 1,000 less impressions than the week before. Something must be terribly wrong. Must look into it.
Didn't you tweet out that Elon Musk followed some overt racist after it came out that they were super racist?
Yeah, Richard Hanania, or however you say his last name. Matt Leck corrected me out earlier today.
And I don't remember what he said that was correct.
Yeah, but first of all, this guy always has been tweeting out really obvious racist stuff. But I guess it never crossed into this guy's actually a regular on Daily Stormer specifically and other white, clearly, openly, obviously white supremacist sites like that. Christopher Mathias over at HuffPost was able to find that this guy, Hanania, was writing for these white supremacist sites under a pseudonym just a few years ago. And Musk, days after this report comes out, and all these other tech moguls had to pretend to be shocked, Musk just came out a few days later and just openly followed the guy on Twitter. Now I'm interested in more about what this guy has to say.
Wow. Not surprised. Not surprised.
Not at all.
Not at all.
They do it out loud now. It used to be secrets. It used to be fake pages will follow.
Dog whistles, masks. That's
yeah. Now everybody is out loud with the racism, with the slurs, with everything. Like, this is just how the people who had literally Elon Musk, Twitter, Tesla.
I mean, really, it really is just there, honestly. Like, I'm not saying like people aren't getting more open, but in terms of like the online platforms, like I haven't noticed any real difference anywhere else but on Twitter. Like, it really is just an Elon Musk like running rampant on his new shiny toy. There's been no changes on my YouTube algorithm. Like, it's still the same shitty stuff that YouTube is let run, but it's no worse than it was before. Same with like Facebook and Instagram and all the TikTok. But specifically Twitter and X, maybe we notice it more because as being in media and being in politics, unfortunately, that's the platform. That's really the place I've most noticed this. It's just like Rebecca was saying, just open now. No more dog whistles. It's just like they can be as open about it as possible. You know what? Now they get paid for it. They get paid for it. The more outrageous and inflammatory and reactionary they are now getting paid for that. And like Emma said earlier, yes, YouTube would promote reactionary content, but YouTube is sort of more strict about where ads can run.
Is everyone getting paid though? Because it kind of just seems like, is everyone getting paid? Because it kind of seems like a handful of accounts are bragging about getting paid all the time, but it's just like Brian Krasserstein and a bunch of like Nazis are getting paid.
So apparently, I haven't delved into this yet because it happened these past few days when I was gone, but I was reading that they sent out some more payments to Twitter Blue subscribers. And, these were smaller payments though, like $200, $300, $400. Not the tens of thousands of dollars you saw going to Musk's favorites a couple of weeks ago. So I don't know what the deal is there. I got to look more into it. But it does seem like the further right you are, the more money you'll get paid on Twitter.
That's always how it's going to be. If I were to flip and become Candace Owens, I would get paid a lot. First of all, I'm black. So, and then I speak right talking points, they would pay. What's funny is when our algorithms, we do something exactly to the T of another show. It was predominantly white. And for us on my other show that I do called Like It or Not, we're all black. It doesn't hit for us. And we had somebody come on who works with algorithms. I think it was for YouTube. We had somebody come on like a year ago, and he was talking about that purposely. It's not the same if you look a certain kind of way, whether you're on the left or the right, and you're talking about something. But if you are on the right specifically, and you could be saying the nastiest things, they'll work in your favor, and they'll pay you. They just will. I don't know what that is. I mean, you know how they say sex sells? That was old thing. Now, hate, it sells. Speaking against it and denouncing it, not so much. But hate definitely sells, especially when it's coming from the right. They will pay big bucks for that. They'll give you a seat at Foxx, $1 million contracts to say nothing, trashy monologues, literally dry monologues. Ain't nothing on it. Nothing the person could be saying is true, but they will let that ride. And they're giving misinformation. Again, another dangerous thing, whistleblowing to these people living in the west of nowhere. And now they're out again at the Capitol, or they're carrying torches in the middle of the night. This is what we're seeing. But they're going to continue to pay these people. Platforms like we see, like Twitter, are going to continue to push their content first, allow their derogatory tweets to stay up. Meanwhile, somebody that may speak against it will have their page taken down or suspended. So,
yeah, I mean, negative engagement farming has always been a phenomenon on Twitter, but now it's just so much more promoted and incentivized. You can get a bigger following and now potentially get paid depending on how terrible the thing that you tweet is. It's a race to the bottom. Now you have people like Just Pearly Things tweeting out women shouldn't vote, and then you have Leafy here tweeting out I'm the Hitler of LGBTQ people. And if you these are people who They don't have talent. They're not intelligent. So they can't get attention any other way. So it's a very easy way to farm engagement. But now there's that monetary incentive. Now you get bolstered by the algorithm on Twitter. So it's creating this environment that is so toxic that people don't want to be on it. People don't want to see it. I mean, any single story that you see now, like news stories, whatever, all of the replies are going to be blue checks, usually Nazis, all saying the most terrible things. And that's just what you see. And that's not good for advertisers, but people don't want to look at this stuff. I mean, I haven't been using Twitter as much, and I used to be addicted to Twitter, admittedly and sadly. But now I have to force myself to not go there as much because it literally makes me depressed. Like seeing nonstop Nazis or explicit transphobia or like overt racism and slurs, like it's not sustainable. It's sad. Yeah,
people wake up mad. You mentioned Pearly Things because Pearly Things is such a good example of someone who is so remarkably mediocre, but is now famous just because like it's a woman saying that women are bad. Like if you just have a woman who's like, yeah, women are shit, you know, they should be cooking and cleaning for men, blah blah blah. That's all it takes, you know.
Well, that's like a right wing influencer in its most pure form. Like not to get too esoteric or whatever, but we're in late stage capitalism, and so a lot of these modes of monetization of like thought are manifesting themselves in ways that are like even more grotesque and more brazen. I just like in the sense that there's always been a marketplace for a woman that's gonna speak badly about women. I mean, Phyllis Schlafly is a great example of a woman who was like a prominent figure who said that the woman's place is in the home and promoted racist views and patriarchal views, and like the market for that kind of hatred is always going to be larger because we're talking about markets. And that it's not a marketplace of ideas, it's a financial marketplace, and Twitter is now becoming that. Like Elon Musk is calling it X because that was his dream name for PayPal. He wants to turn it into some sort of banking system, like a psycho, because it's just the only way to really make money with social media at this point, since it's so financial. Or we've gotten to a point where it's like you can't bring new users over. So, yeah, just to say is like the reason, like to Rebecca's point, that you can make money so quickly being a reactionary is because it is a market, and like that serves capital, and that serves like the patriarchy, and it serves white supremacy, and all those things are intertwined. So it's always going to be more lucrative. I'm under no illusions that I'm going to make millions of dollars doing what I do, right? Like, but for now, it's what I do because I can take it for, and I should be able to for the foreseeable future, and because I'm passionate about it, you know? So I don't know about you guys, but I'm sure you all feel somewhat similarly.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I'm here. Like I say that all the time on my show. Child, if I could, I would flip so quick and start stalking Candace Owens' points so I can literally live my life and be all right, right? Like I would just go right and just talk about everything under the sun that is negative and be negative to every marginalized community as a marginalized person, right? A woman, a Black person, and a product of immigrants. This is money right here for the right. But I'm so passionate about the things that I talk about what I do, and about community, and being an ally to marginalized groups, and being a place where the voiceless have a voice. Now, we don't get paid much. We struggle. But if you're passionate about something, like, that's what I do. That's what I do it for.
You can sleep at night.
Yeah. I can sleep at night. I can get up in the morning and not feel bad about anything that I talked about, knowing that I did that with my heart. And I can be myself. I feel like a lot of them wear a mask, like the one you had on, Matt. Like they wear a mask, it's hot underneath, and we don't know what they're really saying because they're not speaking from their true selves, but it gives them a living. So sell your soul and you can live.
Yeah, it's sad. It really is sad. I mean, it just, there's so little creativity in the things that they say, like the bigotry and the stupidity. So it's just the easy way to make money. And I hate that that's the case, because you have this incentive to where you be as shitty as possible and you can make it. But yeah, I'm always wondering, like, do these people even believe the things that they're saying? Like, you know, when it comes to Dave Rubin, I don't think he believes a single thing that he says. I don't think he has many thoughts because he's not very bright. But like when he says the things about trans people, I do not believe that he believes all these terrible things about trans people. Like when it comes to Andrew Tate, like I don't think he believes half the things that he says. Like they go out of their way to be as outrageous as possible because that's exactly what sells. And even the negative engagement, it still raises their profile and makes them famous. So I hate that this is all incentivized in this culture. It's sickening. And then you have people doing like really, really good work that just don't ever make it. And it sucks. But I mean, that's the struggle of being a leftist, baby, right? You just never fucking make it.
I mean, we should be under no illusions, right? Like even when the left gets wins, the struggle is the same. So it's just like about, you know, again, I'm getting like so philosophical here, but I have to run. So this will be how I wrap. Like, it's just about how do I want to be remembered? Like, what's the mark that I can make in this like short time I have on this planet? And feel like I'd rather be able to sleep at night, as Rebecca said. So anyway, guys,
that's good. That's a good way to end, Emma.
Oh, appreciate you all. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's great to have you on.
Yeah, it's been great, Emma. Thank
you. Nice to see you again.
Yeah,
you gotta come back.
Yes.
I will come back whenever I'm doing a bit or I'm doing a show. Binder's always like, "You got to do the next one, right?" Like you're always on to the next. Because I want to do Doomed and Scam or Doomed at least again, not Scam Economy because I'm not a crypto expert, but sometime soon we'll do that again. But yeah, everyone check out Binder every Thursday on the Majority Report if you don't already. He does the fun half with us, and it's always fun. So.
And on that note, there's a few super chats about you, but I'll share just one before you go. Sure. There's one here from A8 Ramos, 85. Without Emma, I would not have known about Sam and Matt and the MR crew, but thankfully I followed her to there. Crazy to me that I have never watched.
Wow.
You know, it's like it's so funny because I think like the format of or the way the show looks, it's very, you know. It's not like there to dazzle you visually or whatever. It can be dry too, like when we have Social Security experts on or whatever.
Sam's favorite.
But I think when people come over, they like it's pure. Some of it's eat your vegetables, but then we have a lot of fun too, like making fun of a bunch of psychos. So appreciate the super chat and kind words. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's great. Emma, you on Majority Report is amazing. Just have to say that. Like it's such a good show. You and Sam, like that dynamic is perfect. And I always love the Thursday shows with you, Brandon. Like we love you. You're great. You're a legend.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's going pretty well these days. So check it out if anyone in the audience hasn't checked us out yet. The Majority Report, we're live every weekday at noon. So
absolutely.
All right. Thanks again.
Have a great night.
I am.
Yeah, you too. Bye, guys.
I was gonna say before.
What'd you do? Listen
with Lance.
I'll be right back.
I was gonna say before Emma said she had to jump. You know, we were all talking about how there's no money in being a leftist, and I just wanted to add. Have you guys seen how much I make off super chats during this show? I mean, what are you guys talking about?
Last week, that was ridiculous. Oh man.
Yeah, you made money last week. You weren't even here.
I saw that. I just happened like it was like what was it, last Thursday night. I was like, oh shit, I wonder if like it streamed. Like it was like I was like in bed, put the kids to bed after the day out, and I was like, oh, did it stream? And I checked and I saw it streamed, and I was like, oh man, and I was like, wait a minute, people left me super chats too. What? Did you guys read them?
We read all of them.
You gotta teach me how to do it. Now, see, Lance is teaching me how to run with Streamlabs and stuff. See, I gotta teach me how to do it. I'm almost at 1,000 on my YouTube channel. I think I'm like 50. I think I need like 50
You got to
more.
start uploading episodes of the Leftist Mafia though.
Because
before you get approved for monetization, you need to have 4,000 watch hours. So people
that's the hardest. That's the hardest number to hit. Is that number?
I'm usually under a bigger like page or platform. Again, I only stream under Bins or anybody else I've worked with. I didn't never use my personal YouTube page, which I am going to start using for my personal content because I'm usually like, I'm an Instagram girl. I'm like in those streets right now. I'm trying to, all my work I do under YouTube, under like the Bins page and other people's pages, but I don't never put anything on my personal YouTube space, except for those cringy videos that were already on there from like 2012. But other than
Actually, hooking your YouTube up to this for the live stream will actually get you to that really quickly. The 4,000 views.
No, she can't live stream until she hits those numbers.
No, she did live stream.
I didn't know that. Man,
I can't live stream on my on my personal account. Like you have to hit a certain amount of numbers to be able to live stream. That was I think. Don't you?
She's
maybe
got like almost 1,000 subs. Just like that'll be enough for sure.
Oh, maybe I'm confusing the numbers to monetize with the numbers.
Yeah,
to
you're
live
confusing.
stream.
For live streaming,
okay.
you just need 50 subscribers.
So you could okay.
We don't need we don't need the gatekeepers. We gotta let me know so we could all be on this in this together, and I could spread the word, because there are a lot of people who are in the space with me again, especially us. We get the views, but our monetization because of what we're talking about, guys. I kid you not. We can say something like this person was a racist, and on our platform, they won't monetize it. It's the stupidest, craziest thing. And then we're like dinged for a minute, so we can't get nothing, but we're still going to do the work. I'm telling you, we're still going to do the work. Yeah. But it's a whole thing. Like it's terrible.
All right. So offline, I'll send you or I'll get your email and then to send the invite to, and then we'll set you up for next week. So next week you'll be able to stream this show on your page, and then we'll get you to those numbers, and you should hit them at that point pretty quickly. I would hope.
Okay. Look, thank you. Look, you guys are so sweet to me here. I really appreciate it. I tell
we're gonna make you blow.
They are just the sweetest people. I think they're just so sweet, and they're all different. All of you guys are so different. Like.
Yeah, that's true.
My best friend.
That's why the show works out. We're all different.
You guys are very, very different. But I love you guys. I mean, I think you guys are very sweet. I like to go. I will only go places where the environment works for me, where people are good, like just good people. And you guys, you guys are good people. So
you wouldn't do good on the right then.
Well, Lance, be quiet. Rebecca, keep going.
I could go for days. But yeah, you guys are good people. I like you guys. So
I'm still getting issues with audio, so I apologize if I sound glitchy.
That's weird.
Look, he's another background again. I like the other one too. You got a lot. You got a lot.
Yeah, he went back and forth.
Yeah. A lot of aesthetics.
I don't know.
Mike has a giant set. And he's like all these different professional sets at home.
That's the other set is where I do my right wing grift. Right, that's when I do all my conservative talking points. Then I come over here, and all of a sudden I'm a lefty again. No, I don't know what's going on.
Actually, on that conversation, since I didn't mention anything in that, just the whole like. It would be easy for any of us to I think any of us could go right wing and make a shit ton of money. I think the real difference between us and those people that have made that shift is that we're not sociopaths. I feel like you have to be a sociopath to make that transition, because you have to be able to live a life where that doesn't bother you. Like as we all mentioned
already,
you
convince yourself.
I guess if you but at the beginning of convincing yourself, when you decide to make that turn, you're making that turn, right? Like, so I'm sure at some point you convince yourself, but even something like, I don't know how Dave Rubin can convince himself when he's living like he's a gay man and he's supporting people that hate him. Like I don't know how you don't realize that every single day.
He goes through cycles where everything's fine, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, I have got a surrogate for my kids," and everyone's like, "Oh, you're an abomination that's going to burn in hell." And it's got to do a whole like media circuit.
But the left is intolerant. The left are the ones that are intolerant. Like, what? It's so completely bizarre.
So
anyway, for me, it even goes beyond just that. It's like I don't know how people like it's selling out. Like I personally, I don't know. I feel like back in the decades I was born, in the 80s and 90s, selling out was like something no one wanted to do. Everyone wanted their street cred, their credit, whatever scene they were in. For me, it was punk. For whatever it was, everyone sort of felt that like, oh, it's all about like your roots and everything. But now it's like it's all about selling out. Everyone brags about like what their big sponsorship deal is or how much they make. It's really bizarre how like completely flipped, and it's like everywhere. It doesn't matter like what scene only you're in.
It's everywhere, and it's like and I don't listen. If you swing something in my face, not Sam Crowder, but like if you swing something in my face, like some money, and it's like it looks like it's gonna change your life, it's gonna be meaningful. Sometimes you don't even know. I've seen some. I don't even. Nothing is real anymore to me. Like, because I've seen some of my favorite people from like when I was younger. Like I was a young journo, and I was like, oh, I can't journalist, but I was like, I can't wait, to work alongside these people. I've met some of these people, worked alongside some of them, and then I realized you guys are not good people. Like you guys take money, and that's crazy what y'all doing with it. Like it's supposed to be you guys, and I know it can get crazy, and I know that people will accept things and under the guise of it being supportive or an ally, a company that's actually an ally, when really they just want your face and your likeliness to sell their product or push their program or whatever. And actually this company or person or whatever that you've partnered with they're not good people. They're not good people. And I think we have to be careful. And like I said, it's not only the right, it's people on the left, it's people in the middle, it's people on the side, it's everyone. And it can get really everyone for themselves in this space. You start off being an activist, being in the streets, and then it gets really Hollywood real quick. I'm not saying that change, you shouldn't change. If you're in a better space, people can't judge you for being in a better place, keep the work going, that kind of thing. But you see people change really, really quickly. You don't see them doing as much work anymore. And they're just Hollywood. Pretty much.
It's sad. Like growing up, I feel like that's when you learn that people are so Machiavellian. People who you thought were good people who you thought like meant what they say and cared about the things they talk about, and it's like, not really. I mean, yeah, it's just it's kind of depressing when you think about it that way. Not to get too deep,
when they're not sexually assaulting everyone, like every single person. It seems like for a while it was like every other week it's like, hey, one of your heroes is like a rampant sexual assaulter who's been using his tour to sexually assault people, and you're like, wait, what? Then,
that was this year. That was the Andrew Callahan. All gas,
Andrew
no
Callahan
brakes.
was one of them.
Loved his content. I thought he was a really great journalist that was going to go places, and he did. But then when all of this came out, it's just like, oh my god, like you are actually a fucking monster. And he wasn't the only one this year. There were others too, and it's just, it's sad. I feel like it's just part of like, oh, you're growing up and you're realizing that there's no heroes. But I mean, at least you don't have to be a hero, but like at the bare minimum, can you just not be like the most miserable, shittiest person imaginable? I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought you guys were queuing it up for you heard about what happened with Anti-Flag? The punk band Anti-Flag? They 30-year history of being this like super progressive punk band, been touring nonstop for 30 years. They broke up a couple weeks ago. Suddenly, without, they had shows booked. I think they were in Prague, actually, ready to play a show when they suddenly broke up. A woman went on a podcast that published earlier that day to say that, without naming names, but it was pretty clear, to say that the singer of the band raped her. Completely groomed her as at a show, when no one else was around. And then she says that he raped her, and I believe her, and so should everyone else. And this was one of my favorite bands growing up. They were still to this day, they're probably like the entry level political punk band for like every kid getting into it. Their logo is my first tattoo. So like it sucks, but it's not about me. And then other women came out and said, that he had a history of being creepy to them too. I don't know if anyone else came out and said that they were raped by him, but it seems like he was preying on young women at his shows. And
what was his band?
Anti-Flag.
Anti-Flag.
Yeah.
I heard about Arcade Fire this year. That one sucked, but I hadn't heard.
Oh, that too. Jeez, yeah.
I haven't heard of. Jesus, I haven't heard about that. So I was doing a podcast, and I had met this girl like not that long before starting a podcast with her, and I found out that she was a landlord, and she was like really cruel to other people that she did a podcast with. And
I like how no one else knows
just...
what you're talking about right now except for me.
Who again?
I'm looking at everyone's face. And they've known.
Y'all make me nosy because I'm like,
wait, who is this? I missed it. What happened?
He's talking about triangles. He's talking about. He was making a joke. I was looking at everyone's face. No one else knew what the fuck was going on.
If I didn't spell it out, it wouldn't be as funny.
David had to be messy and be like, stop you. And now I had to know. I'm like, thanks, David, because I needed to know.
I was too busy reading the comments after because people were talking about all these bands after I mentioned bands, and then someone brought up Lizzo.
Oh my God, that's
right. That's another one. God,
yeah, I mean. No, don't have.
Oh, Rebecca, did you release your? Because last time we talked about Lizzo, you're like, I can't talk about Lizzo yet. I'm like, you know.
I had a conversation on my show on Saturday morning. I told them that I was here and I assessed it, but I didn't have any talking points at the time. Saturday, I was like, you know, we talked about it. I felt like, you know, let's get some more information. Ben had his piece. And, you know, we move forward. Haven't heard much about it until yesterday. 6 more people have come out.
I didn't know that.
And so, yeah.
Oh, that got buried for me. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
Yeah, yesterday. Let me find it. But
don't have heroes is pretty much, I guess, the
right.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I should say I did miss last week's show where I probably would have talked about one of my legit heroes, and that's Pee Wee Herman, Paul Reubens.
Oh, right.
Yeah. We brought you up.
Yeah, I mean, and the stuff they went after him for, when there's not a single person who's come out and said a single bad thing about him.
Well, on that note, we did a little
because we we were a little so.
Oh wait, are you talking about the his collection?
Yeah, so what's that about?
No, that has come out over the years to been more and more bullshit. The police in that case had it out for him. They described material in ways that did not fit the description of what was in there. He apparently was a collector of vintage erotica, and he would buy massive amounts of bulk stuff from collectors. And even the collectors have come out and said, like, you know, the way we would sell things, there's no way he saw everything in these collections. And apparently in his collection of tens of thousands of photos, there were like 1 or 2 photos of people who they could not place the age of, and it was believed that they were underage models posing for like what he would call artsy erotic or whatever. But he didn't know that they were you know, the age of them either. Nor was it ever clear if he ever even saw these photos in his collection. But like nothing more ever came out of it. They obviously looked into him, and out of his collection of tens of thousands of legal vintage material, 2 photos were suspect. That's why they dropped the actual child pornography charges, and they charged him with only obscene or lewd material or something like that.
Okay,
it was.
We were curious because when he died, there was no talk at all about this, and someone in the chat mentioned it. We're like, this can't be real because no one talked about this. So that makes more sense.
It was legit at the time, but over the years, it's come out that this was just like a bullshit hit job by the way it was described by the police. I mean, it was they already knew that, like, oh, Pee Wee Herman, everyone knows him for the incident in the porn theater. So, you know, we're gonna get him again. They're like, people who do this stuff, like who engage in this horrific stuff, they're not one and done. This is a constant among them. Like, they will have lots of this stuff. And like you see in these, you saw in these like videos where they like the Chris Hansen stuff. These are people who would continuously engage, no matter how many times they would get caught, no matter how many years they spent in jail, they would continue to engage in this behavior. So like the fact that nothing ever came out about him beyond that, there was no other material, nothing. I mean, it's pretty clear what went on, in my opinion, based on the facts that we have.
Okay.
I don't know. Sounds a little shady to me. R.I.P.
He was a weird guy collecting vintage erotica, but I mean, it seems like that was as far as it went, honestly.
Well,
I was just looking at the new Lizzo accusations. It's more of the exact same stuff. It does look like a pattern, eh? It's like 6 more people who were like, yeah, she put us in uncomfortable sexual situations. She made us do things we didn't want to do. She made fun of us. She was doing fat shaming, body shaming, that kind of stuff.
Damn.
I don't know, guys. I just, I have to separate my love, for Lizzo, my respect for Lizzo, and just, read, what's going on, what the people are accusing her of. Is it one of those things I say, innocent until proven guilty? No, the things are terrible, what they're saying. And if that is true, I mean...
I think there's enough of them now where there's no question.
That's why I said if it's one. Do I can't just sit here and act like it's like if it looks like a horse, it walks like a horse, talk like a horse. I mean, I'm not gonna call it a duck. Okay, it's a horse. But again, I don't know how we would turn the corner. I don't know.
You shouldn't feel pressure to have to say anything. Like again, when you have like a deep respect for someone like that, you need time to process it, right?
Exactly. Because all this stuff is coming out, and it's like so many people are coming out about it. I don't think, and usually in these cases, I don't think everyone is lying. And so because it's so many people coming out now. As this, I want to hear more. I want to see more because it went from like on Saturday, I didn't hear anything, and then yesterday it was 6 more people came out.
Yeah, I didn't.
And I'm like, dang. Yeah, and then you guys didn't hear about it, but it was a story. It's an actual. It's true, but I don't know if this is gonna die out because I felt like it started to die out. So maybe, I don't know. And then yesterday was the 6 more people. So I think, I gotta just
sit with it.
Did y'all speaking of musicians getting like canceled or uncanceled, did y'all see what happened to Neo and how like initially loved his Neo, the musician?
Neo,
the right
he's an R&B singer.
Made the commentary on the podcast.
Yeah.
What happened with him?
That was very disappointing.
He made some comments about like, I wouldn't want a kid who's trans and stuff like that. And then the right was just like, whoa, we love you now. This is amazing. You're incredible. I know. Yeah. So fast. Blah, blah, blah. And then he released a statement that was like, I deeply apologize. My words were misconstrued. I'm not transphobic. I love the LGBTQ plus. And then the right were like, I fucking hate you. This guy's just a sellout. He's the worst person in the world.
He got brutally ratioed.
Right after that, he came out again and was like, oh, that was my like publicist just trying to help me out. I don't believe that statement. I'm with the transphobic statement from before. So
what?
Yeah.
For
real? Yeah. No, fully 180 on his own like PR.
And then he came back out and was like, "No, I said what I said." Yeah. Basically, like, listen, y'all do what y'all do, and as for me and my house, this is not going to be like that. And I feel like that's his opinion, or whatever the case may be. But it's the tone that changes, and it starts to come off like at first I'm like, okay, I don't really care for what he said, but okay, that's his business with his kids. But then it's the tone. It's like, yeah, it comes off aggressive, and then you start coming off, homophobic, and then this is how it starts to change because now it's like you're not trying to stand on what you said. A lot of the community came against you, and now you're fighting back, and now you're pushing back. And then you said, my apology, I ain't apologizing about nothing. I ain't apologizing about nothing.
It was PRH under the bus. I was like, that's wild.
Regardless whether or not it's about like just family or whatever, is that the fact that he made public statements, like once you make public statements like that, like that's it. Like it doesn't matter if you're, just for my kids. Well, still, fuck you. Like what you're saying is wrong, is bullshit, and has to be called out.
I think when he was called out for it, that made him more angrier. Because that statement came out, the apology didn't even seem like it came from him though. It was just like, I'm with the community. I ride for the community.
It was very
but
PR.
I'm like, yeah, well because his initial statement wasn't giving like I hate the community, but it was just like, yeah, I ain't with all that, but y'all could do what y'all do, and I'm gonna do what I do. If I believe he said something about if you were born, with a name, that's what I'm gonna call you, or something like that. It was kind of like something,
He was not born with the name Neo. Who is he to say that?
That he said in there that he was like, people basically like people going by different titles, and back in his day it wasn't like that or something like that.
Yeah,
and
he said like, "Oh, I was raised where a man was a man and a woman is a woman." I want to recommend everyone check out the Conscious Lee's TikTok about this. Excellent
Consciously.
response.
Shout out to Consciously.
Yeah,
I'm looking up this guy's name right now. Neo's real name, his real first name is Schaefer. I'm gonna start calling this guy Schaefer.
Like
okay.
1920s. Like who's naming that? I can't imagine a baby walking around and I'm like Schaefer.
Yeah, Schaefer Shamir Smith. Okay, that's what he's gonna go by now to me. Schaefer Shamir Smith. Okay?
And he probably wouldn't respect if somebody came up to him in the streets and said, "Hey, Schaefer."
Yeah,
Smith.
Right.
Like, he wouldn't. That wouldn't be respectful to him.
But then I'll come back with it. I'd be curious how he would react to that and be like, "Well, you said the name you're given at birth is the name you have, so you're not Neo. You're Schaefer."
It would be like if Macho Man Randy Savage came out. I was like, "Ooh, I'm not calling you by anything but your given name." It's like, no, you can't say that. Your name was not Macho Man when you were born. I'm sorry.
Maybe his parents named him Macho Man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, baby
and
Macho.
part of his whole response, like the whole, when I grew up, men were men, women were women. The best part about the Conscious Lee's response, and again, go watch all of that, is that, Neo, he looked at Neo's birthday. He's like, okay, you were born in 1978. So Stonewall happened in 1969. That was before you were born, when a black trans woman started this entire movement, Marsha P. Johnson. And so this isn't a matter of like, oh, it did or didn't exist. This is a matter of you didn't educate yourself. And
he didn't care to.
Lee's response, it was very measured. Like, he wasn't trying to be accusatory. He's trying to explain, like, look, I have kids too. Sometimes, we think as parents that we're doing the right. I'm paraphrasing that. We're looking out for kids, but in these instances, if you look at these numbers, trans kids, they do exist and they have higher suicide rates. And also, it's important to know, what is a trans kid? What surgeries are they getting? They're not getting surgeries. They're using different pronouns. They're using different clothing. Sometimes they'll change their names. And so, like,
it's affirming their gender.
Right. So, this irritated me a lot this week, because Neo is like probably in my top 3 favorite artists of all time. All my artists are canceled.
Are you serious? Are you being serious?
I'm not
Neo!
joking.
I'm not shocked. I'm not, because
You
a
wanna
lot
know
of
who's number one?
I like a couple songs, but
he's written a lot for. He's one of those people, like, you may not even know he's written a lot for a lot of artists. So some of your favorite songs are written by Neo, sung, arranged by Neo, sung by Neo. Like R. Kelly,
name a single Neo
lot of
song.
music and that kind of thing.
Miss Independent, great song.
Yeah, that's it.
I have his very first,
Closer's
CD
a good song.
still.
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
What about the first one, the radio joint, the love songs? I'm so sick of love songs.
That's a good
I don't remember the name of the song, but it's great. Classics. Yeah. I grew up with that shit.
But here he is being problematic, and I also want to point out, especially because he's a black man who is cis. So what he does is, like, he whatever he's saying is going to speak to the certain group of people, and it's going to be, again, for our community as well. It's very sensitive when we talk about the LGBTQIA plus community. So when he makes that type of commentary, a lot of people are going to stand right beside him. They're going to stand right beside him and say, I don't see nothing wrong with what he said. I don't, that's just what, especially black men, they're going to say, well, he didn't say that community was bad or whatever. He just said, what he said. But when he came back harder for me, it was just like, nah, I don't care. Like, that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Y'all can't come at me. Y'all can't. Instead of sitting down and really saying, you know what, even though I still kind of disagree, I need to educate myself more and, have these conversations with people, or like that kind of thing. It was just more pushback. And that's where it becomes more problematic, because in the Black community, this is already a very, very sensitive subject for people to discuss. So
can I white-splain something about that point for 2 seconds? Oh, I actually had so that reminded me of something that really pissed me off this week, and that was like I saw a lot of people online trying to hold like the Black community accountable for Jamie Foxx and what Jamie Foxx, like the statements Jamie Foxx made, and Jennifer Aniston throwing Jamie Foxx on the bus, and I was like, you don't see this in the same way to other groups of people. Like maybe 2 weeks ago, RFK Jr. was saying some of the most anti-Semitic fucking things in the world, that like COVID was hyper-engineered to spare Ashkenazi Jews, was tweeting out like 1488 and stuff like that. And there wasn't like, well, the Irish Catholic community has to now apologize for the actions of RFK Jr. People are just letting it slide. People are, he doesn't mean that. He's probably not being as anti-Semitic as you truly think, right? Or what's his face? Mel Gibson. Racist ass Mel Gibson is like all over the brand new John Wick trailer and all this stuff, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's so cool." I was like, "Has everyone forgotten? Like, did we just completely erase from our memories how bad that man is? How racist he is?" I guess so.
No,
it's
that's
sad
what
how
happened.
quickly. Sorry, go ahead, Rebecca.
That's what happened. It's funny that you point that out. I didn't get a chance to have that conversation about, and I'm speaking as the Black voice here, about Jamie Foxx and his comments. Everybody who read that, I say stuff like that naturally. I'm Christian. I say stuff like that. Jesus is my homeboy. Okay. And clearly, what he went through, I can, I feel like that. As a Christian, we think that we want to be like Jesus out here. That's what they teach, right? So sometimes we'll speak in lingo. Anybody who read that, especially that I know, even me, the fact that he came back to apologize, I'm like, we were all confused. What is he apologizing about? What we read is somebody is an op in his, in his close friends. Like somebody tried him, somebody disrespected him, and they disrespected Jesus, his own disciples disrespected him. That's how we took it. But the way that it was blown up and he was forced to apologize, and knowing that the woman, what's her name? The Friends girl.
Jennifer Aniston.
Okay, her. She, whom I've seen, love her acting, that kind of thing. But to hurry up and like make it a bigger deal. When a white woman cries, everybody's gonna come behind her. So like it made this whole bigger thing. I thought that was so wild. Some things other communities aren't going to understand. We understood it. And in the Black community too, Jesus is a big deal. Nobody wants to disrespect Jesus. So that, I think the wording was just taken out of context, but he still went and apologized regardless. He was like, listen, I didn't come to offend. I didn't try to offend. This is what I was speaking about for those of you who didn't understand what I said. Not that he had to do it, but he did it because it's like there's a confusion here. Some people aren't getting it, so let me just explain it here. But that sent me too. I'm like, now what's happening? Like, where are we disconnecting here? But I like that he did not. He just was like, here's the disconnect. Here's what I was trying to say. And, I'm apologizing if you guys took it that way. That was not my intentions. There's a way that you can come out and have this conversation because you are a public figure. I think that's why it's important. So when you come out aggressive and rude and, all of that, that's when it becomes problematic. So
it's hard for people to admit that they're wrong. Yeah, it's hard to just apologize and own it. Like, that's the thing with the Neo situation. I think that he already, like he said, his publicist is the one that sent out the apology. But then when he saw the backlash, it's like, well, I don't even really stand by the apology and I'm getting shit on for it. I guess I might as well double down. And what's crazy is that, like, if you look at the people who responded to his retraction of the apology, I guess they're like, oh, this rapper Neo agrees with us. It's like, motherfucker, he's not a rapper. You don't even know who you're talking about. So you have all these new you have all these new fans who don't even know or respect your work, and you're appeasing these dipshits who are never going to listen to you. And all, like, it just, that was a really frustrating situation because all of my heroes are dead to me. My number one ever was Kanye West. Kanye fucking West. And I canceled him before the whole Nazi arc. I mean, he said some really problematic anti-Semitic things in the lead up to last year's straight up Nazi turn. But like now,
Mike, you said Neo was your top 3, right? And then you just said Kanye was your favorite.
Ye's number 1.
Dang.
So who's the
I'd probably say that Neo's like top like 5, maybe top 10. 3 is a little bit of an embellishment.
Okay.
Like he's up there. Like
he was
I was about to say, which do you have one of your top 3 faves left, or are you about to say like the other guy is like I don't know?
This is a good way to figure out who's going to be canceled next.
Yeah, honestly, my number 2, I don't know, it kind of changes. My number 2 is Kendrick Lamar. He's good. So at least for now,
Kendrick Lamar.
So I think I would be shocked if anything bad comes out about
search
him.
his tweets and his stuff. He drops a song and he goes to take care of his kids. You guys aren't gonna know what's in really his thoughts. They might be problematic, but we're not gonna know about it. He's gonna live his life the way he's living his life, and that's that.
I was waiting for Mike to say R. Kelly.
I was going to say R. Kelly for myself. R. Kelly was a genius to me. Like, he was growing up. Every single, I loved it. I did, and then I had to be like, "This ain't right." Listening to R. Kelly,
Rebecca,
was just not right anymore. And I just
the
remix
to Ignition, man.
Yeah, written a lot of songs.
What's Mike gonna say next? He loved all the Harvey Weinstein produced films. I mean,
no, I couldn't name a single one.
See,
I'm not a movie person, but I grew up with a lot of like R&B and hip hop.
Yeah,
and so it's sad to see my idols fall. And the one who was hanging on by a thread was Travis Scott. He was maybe my top 10, and then he just brought out
Chris
Kanye
Brown in there, Mike. Chris Brown in there, buddy.
Oh my God, I was in love with Chris Brown. No, listen, Chris Brown was my boyfriend. You know, that was like that was my man. I loved him so much, y'all. I was so lost that when the incident first happened, I was like, we don't have all the facts. Mind you, I was like, what, 18? We don't have like what really happened. And then I'm like, now this girl right here, no. Abuse is abuse is abuse.
Oh, yeah,
is
that
abuse.
picture.
And,
Mike, was Bill Cosby your favorite comedian?
Oh my God.
No.
See, it's just nobody's right in this world, y'all.
Yeah.
Nobody's right. I'm not saying that we're all saints. We all have our issues, but there are some things that I'm like are unforgivable. For some people or not. I know that even with me in relationships, there are things that I'm able to take that somebody else may not be able to take. But y'all, there's some general things that we just gotta agree on. It ain't right. Okay? Like it's not right.
I agree.
You know what I think it comes down to is if you can separate the art from the artist. Because like if you can do that, then I guess you can still enjoy things. Like if a Kanye West song comes on my playlist, like am I a bad person for
Mike's about to drop the Polanski's his favorite director.
No, I don't know any. I'm not a movie guy, but like
music, Matt.
Yeah. I don't know shit about movies, but music. But like it also like it reminds me of so a lot of LGBTQ plus people really identified with Harry Potter. Like there's a lot of them that got like tattoos, of Harry Potter. And now J.K. Rowling is a massive transphobe, and so like I can't.
Also,
watch
my
Harry
favorite
Potter.
author says Mike.
See, everyone is pretty much problematic, but you bring that point up, and there are songs like earlier today. I was working out, and I heard on the playlist "Come On" because it knows, I still listen to Chris Brown. He's occasionally but earlier today, Yo came on, and I started acting like I was in high school again, doing the dance moves and all of that, singing like with all of the joy. It brought me back to a really good place. And then so I think in that sometimes I subconsciously do separate. I was singing like I was in high school with my thinking about my little crush. And so I think sometimes subconsciously I'm not worried about who the artist is in that time. I'm just putting myself in a happy moment. But there are people that are just nasty or terrible. Right. And so it's hard to separate. But you're right about that though, Mike. Like that is a thing. Some people have that gift where they can separate the artist from the issue.
For me, it depends completely on if I am reminded of what that person did or why I don't like them while I'm listening to the music. Like one person that's completely ruined for me. I was a huge fan of Grimes before, like we're talking like 10 years ago, and then like she was. I
can still listen to her.
Well, she was pretty big in Toronto and just Canada generally, but like I was a huge fan of hers. And then Elon happened.
Honestly, more than her.
I can't even enjoy her old music now. Like I can't. I just think of Elon Musk, and I can't do it. Like it's not. I just can't. It's
more than her relationship with Musk. Just reading an interview with her.
She
sounds like the biggest.
It's everything around.
It's like electronic music, Rebecca. It's like EDM stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but she was a communist basically. Like, at least that's how she presented herself. And then she did this whole just complete.
Talk about that. It was nonsense.
It isn't just Elon.
She's like, communism is about having farms that replicate on the blockchain and things like that.
Yeah, I think she was full of shit.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's her new version. But I'm talking like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, she was, at least she pretended that she was very like politically left. And then, so it isn't just Elon, it's like everything around it and what she said in interviews. And she recently defended like the patriarchy and like just random bullshit. Like, it's just so weird. It's so weird hearing this shit from someone who was the complete opposite, just a few years ago. But I can't do it now with her music.
See, I'm not there yet with her. And usually it's really hard for me to separate the art from the artist. Like I have to like change the song if like, it depends on how recent it is too, right? Like if Yo came on, like Rebecca was saying, I don't think I would change that. Like if I'm doing something and it's playing, and I would probably enjoy it. But like if it were Kanye West, I still can't listen to him. R. Kelly, that's too soon. I don't think I'll ever be able to listen to R. Kelly again, even though he's again like one of my favorite art. It's just it depends on like if the thought of what they did comes into my mind or what they said comes into my mind, then it's like, ooh, that's really bad. That's really bad. And I can't enjoy it. It just depends though, right? Because like I don't have the same problem with video games. Like video games are so fucked up. Like Nintendo is one of the most exploitative companies ever. And I will play every fucking Nintendo game and enjoy it.
Oh, another one to add to Mike's list.
You're talking about like 500 people. You're talking like 500 people.
Yeah,
true.
The difference is the corporation, the executives don't make those games, right? Like it's like not being able to listen to certain artists because they're on a certain label. Like all these companies are fucking terrible. Like all these, whether it's a giant label, whether it's a giant game company
themselves. When the person themselves are the issue, that's when it becomes problematic. But I got a forgiving spirit. I'm very forgiving because I know I'm not perfect, and I'm very forgiving. But when people are sick and they nasty and they are abusive, like really like, and some people are very unforgiving. Some people like and they'll like, Kanye is an unforgiving person. He literally said that he was right there before DeSantis, right? As a black man, like racism was like slavery was like a choice, right? And I'm like, not you rapping about black struggles. And that's what we would literally be rapping about and excited about. And now you out here saying it's like not you, not Kanye, who said that George Bush hates black people. Not you, Kanye. That was such
he literally said, I love Hitler. Like you can't go any further than that.
Away from that.
And then
looking back though, now we know that when Kanye said that about Bush, it was actually an endorsement of Bush's policies.
Clearly, I don't think he knew that at the time, but I think it's crazy. He a Gemini. He might be a Gemini. That other side of him was waiting for it. But it's just like it's hard. It's really hard sometimes to separate. And sometimes I just cut off politics. One time, like when I'm done with this show, I'm gonna take me a nice shower to just like get all the week off of me, and I just let music play. Okay, whatever comes on to me, I just vibe, and then I go to bed to for my next work day. Sometimes I don't want to deal with what everybody thinks, what everybody feels, what everybody says. I just deal with whatever I got going on, and that's just it. And but honestly, though, like there are some people, though, I think that like we should all generally like just say those people, don't listen to them or don't support or however, because
or do it
they're
in secret.
problematic.
I think it's fine to have your problematic faves. I think it's depending on what they did. I also think
we all have
there's a big difference between like listening to a song that you have on your computer and then like outright buying merch directly from them or paying them for a live performance. There's there's ways to listen to a song, or if you're singing a song in your head, like that's not funding anything they're saying or doing necessarily. That's way different than like directly paying them money for something.
Rebecca has Yo stuck in my head immediately after mentioning the name of that song.
Yeah, and all the dance moves and all the hat and the big old pants and the white t-shirt. That's crazy. But I'm always in my feels about it because it always puts me in a place where I'm like thinking about a guy that doesn't even know my name because I'm really dramatic like that. I'm thinking about a guy in high school that doesn't even know my name. It takes me right back to that space. Now I'm fine, honey, and I can get whatever man I want. But back then, it was like that was when I would listen to that song. It would be the crush, and I was such an awkward phase. But Chris Brown, I loved him so much. But nowadays, it's like like listening to Diddy, right? I could listen to 90s Diddy all day. 90s Diddy on a track and do the Diddy bop. It's just a whole thing. But Diddy today, he's very like troublesome too. I'm like, you're problematic. I don't know if I can really support like you and
what did Diddy do recently? What did Diddy do?
For me,
oh, okay.
Diddy is problematic. Like I remember he was the same person that said vote or die, and then he told people maybe it was 2020 to hold their vote. And I think especially for Black people, how hard we work to vote, that is a problematic statement. Just because you ain't like something or someone or whatever, this is our options. And we need to continue to utilize and push our voice and our power that we have that's already limited. And so that was problematic for me, but that was just my personal views on it. Because I'm like, see, people in power, they don't even really care for real. I can tell this wasn't a thing that he cared about. Voting wasn't a thing that he cared about. It's just when it's popular, it's popular. It's when it's this and that. I didn't think that he really had a heart for it. So for him to say that was problematic to me. So I looked at him crazy. But 90s Diddy is still gonna get a dance. I'm still gonna dance. It's still a thing for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. The older Diddy is good, like him, the collaborations with Big and stuff like that. I canceled him back in like 2008 because he broke up Danity Kane, which was one of my favorite girl groups ever.
He's probably, we should have canceled him before. He started 17,000 bands. He started 17,000 bands and never finished them. He had somebody walking to go get. I will never forget when he had Dylon go get that cheesecake over there in Brooklyn. This had nothing to do with building a band. He was abusing those people. If we can really sit down and dissect this and have a conversation about how abusive he was, I think everyone would cancel Diddy. However, it was good content. We watched it. It was good on MTV. like, yeah.
I was fuming about that for like 6 months. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what's funny is the least problematic person I found out about this week. So there's this really big TikTok singer. He goes by a bunch of different names. His real name is Jake Hill. He has other like names that he goes by, different monikers based on the genre that he's creating. But he got really popular on TikTok for making extremely gay songs. So he has like a bunch of viral gay country songs. He has a bunch of gay viral punk songs. And it turns out he's straight. He's not even gay.
Oh, wow.
And so it's a little bit of a scandal.
That's problematic.
Yeah, people are like, wait, he's queer baiting. Hang on, you're saying all of this because
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, and so I was like, because I just assumed that he was gay, but he did this interview where somebody asked him like, well, what's your sexual orientation? He's like, I'm not gonna say. It could be gay, could be straight, could be bi. And like, hang on, you're like, you're singing about taking like big penises up your ass, and you're not going to tell us what your sexual orientation is. Excuse me. So that means
that's
like
very presumptuous. I can't talk anymore.
It might be something that
you be a piece of shit, Bender.
The person likes, and they're not like gay. But still, that's how you said it. I never heard that before. Queer baiting. That's
queer baiting's a thing. Not just the music in general. Yeah, where straight people do queer baiting. Did you hear Ram Ranch is 100% authentic? The guy who wrote it. He's written like 300 songs about like. Have you listened to Ram Ranch? It's just like it sounds like it's a fake song about hardcore gay sex at a ranch. Turns out it's a real legitimate song coming from a place of love, as are the other 300 versions of it. So
I don't know if I know that though. I know there's another one that's trying to compete with Dixon Dallas.
Our mind is dirty, so we just go straight to the like, oh, that's
yeah. It was crazy because this dude said like it's like almost for me it's like, okay, that's too homosexual, like dial it back, like that's too gay. And it's like, oh, he's straight, like what the fuck? It's so weird. Very strange. And like all the gay dudes on Twitter I see like bumping it. I think that Matt shared the other Matt, the Matt with the long nails. He shared like the chorus of one of the country songs that he put out. Like it's just funny because it's like, wow, like this was like taboo like 10 years ago, and to see like an artist like sing like about sex in a straight way is like, whoa, like this feels weird. Like, you know, this would never be permissible before. So it's like almost groundbreaking, but it's like, oh, it's a straight dude. But you know, on the same token, you can say, well, this is, I guess, like allyship in a way, because he's like pushing the boundary, even though he's not part of the community. Like he's normalizing it in a way. It's just a weird situation, but that was like a bit of a scandal.
Kind of
but
mocking it, like isn't it kind of like to be a joke almost? Or
yeah, I could see that too for sure. Yeah. So
he sounds like a smart businessman. He's like, no one's pushed this envelope before. I'm going to do it. It doesn't matter. I'm straight. I'm going to write this.
That is it. Look, there's a lane. Let me jump in it.
That's true.
Nobody's in it. So yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Okay, so before I get out of here, I wanted to see the trending story that was out, and I think I did talk about it on Like It or Not on Tuesday, and all we did was just cover memes because it was just that big. But if you haven't heard about the Brawl, like the Montgomery Brawl,
Black Aquaman
with the chair, the swimmer, I mean, baby, it was just good content. I don't like watching violence. I can't watch two people fight. I don't watch boxing. I don't watch none of that because it makes me cringe. But this one, it just had so much going on. It was just good. It was good to see. I'm only saying that because, you know, I don't know if you guys seen the video, but it basically started out as one of the workers, I guess, for the lake or a body of water there. I don't even know what the body of water was.
Security guard.
Yeah, security guard. He was trying to get the tour boat to dock. Like, and there was a party goers. They were all white, and they had their boat there. And he was trying to explain to them to move it. That went on for like longer than it should have. And he was trying to explain to them to do it. It went from one person speaking with him to two people coming down to another person, and then to somebody putting their hands on him. And because he was going to go move it himself, and then somebody put it, they were all white and he was black. The security guard was black. And one of the white men put his hands on the security guard. Now that security guard took his hat and flung it in an angle. And we all called it the bat signal. And black people who were, because I'm like, now why would he throw it like that? But what happened after the hat was thrown? Black people were coming from off the boats. I mean, diving into the water, swimming to the deck.
Can we show it? We can show it, right?
Everywhere.
Yeah, you can definitely show
it. And they were now beating up the white people who were jumping him. Because you guys, to be honest, so this could have ended crazy. All those white people jumping him, he could have died. So black people said, oh, not on our watch. And they came in defense of him. There was a chair
I want to skip ahead.
that was utilized as protection.
This guy jumps in the
chair
water.
has a life of its own now. That chair
Do you see him in the water? You gotta have an adrenaline to go fully clothed off of a tour boat into the water. Look how he uses all of his force to come up there. And now he's like, now what's up? I'm ready. That is adrenaline. I'm tired. Breaststrokes, guys. Breaststrokes in the water. So yeah, he was telling them to move their boat. Now it just got crazy. Everybody is fighting, and it became a whole brawl. 3 of them, I think, were arrested or turned themselves in, and a woman included. Four of them.
Some of the black people who were helping the security guard get arrested, and now they're wondering if they're going to charge them.
So
when they were heroes.
They said the guy with the chair. The guy with the chair was going crazy. He anybody white that he saw, he just didn't
objectively
care. Like he didn't care.
He watched too much wrestling.
Somebody who wasn't in his vicinity and hit her with the chair. I said, now he going too far. Now police did detain him right there on video. Now I don't know where they took him. I don't know what they did with him. The police happened to be black that detained him. I don't know. Now, during the press conference, the police said, you know, we would love to have a talk with you, the one with the chair. I don't know. All I know is that 4 white people turned themselves in. So that's all I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it went. This was literally there. It is.
Oh,
I saw this image. This is a great image.
Chair.
Yeah,
I love the smiling guys.
You guys, I
did not see that. That's hilarious.
I did not see this. Why is
Paul, he's just enjoying his
He's
life
just like
right
smiling, just like
the world
enjoying
is on fire
That's a
behind
solid
him.
photo.
But he is proud. He's proud.
I agree with
okay?
Rick Strom here. This is art.
No, this
Oh
is
my
funny.
God.
Like I need to. Like this has to be on a t-shirt.
That is
This has to
fucking
be on a
hilarious.
t-shirt.
This would be a good T-shirt for sure.
That would be a good T-shirt.
I would
we
wear
need
this.
to, we need to Photoshop him out so you could place him like in front of other like catastrophic
so
situations.
Oh, that's a
Historic
good
events and
idea.
stuff.
Yeah,
In front of other moments in
would be
history.
hilarious.
Other chaos happening. He's just sitting there smiling.
No, this is golden.
Go do it,
I
internet.
never seen this photo. This is so good.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it's fantastic.
But that's what happened. And so the man with the chair, the officers said, they would love to talk to have more on their investigation. And everybody's like, what chair? What chair? It's so funny. We went and did history. There's the man that made the folding chair happened to be a black man. Like it was so iconic that we went to go do research on this chair. The chair has yesterday's price for that chair is not today's price. If you go on Amazon, the chair is like $100. The folding chairs are expensive. They're selling out in stores. They're even adding decor to the chairs. It's a big
Oh
deal.
my god.
It is a big deal. We're so
I kind of
extra.
want one now.
Right. We're so extra. The folding chair is this is the folding chair season. This will go down in history. We're gonna remember that chair. We didn't even know a black man created that folding chair, but I'm telling you,
I didn't know that.
it brought us together. It definitely was community. Montgomery or Alabama has been doing a lot. Carly Russell embarrassed us not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago. So this coming out of Alabama was a necessary win. A win is a win. And that's how they say it. Win is a win.
Yeah. Alabama redeemed themselves here.
Yeah. Listen,
which doesn't happen often.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was the funny. The memes were just giving. They were I needed the laughs. So it was giving me joy. I'm like, where are these people coming from? Look, social media, the people on social media are brilliant. Okay. They are artists. They are creatives. They can come up with something 5 minutes. Literally, the person just freshly got hit in the head with the chair and it's already on a t-shirt. Fast. Fast.
Wow. I'm going to have to go back and watch your meme review on Like It or Not. I haven't seen that yet.
We were just going in.
Where's the smiling guy?
Lord, the man was just swinging with no.
The chair.
He's just like anybody right.
Oh my god!
It got crazy. I was even concerned watching. I said, somebody get the chair. Somebody get the chair, please, because he's going crazy. Please. Oh, that was good.
Wow.
And there are different angles too. So that the one that you were playing with the security guard on the deck, that was the first angle. But then there was actual footage of people on the tour boat just filming, saying, hey, we're waiting to dock, but the security guard is trying to talk to these people and they won't move their boat. So they're documenting this from the boat and the story is coming out, and literally they record the whole thing, like they're not letting him move, they're not letting him do anything, they're about to fight him, oh shoot, and a man from the boat jumps in. And I mean, like, it was the breaststrokes for me, guys. I don't know how to swim, but I know that takes a lot. That's a lot of energy, fully clothed, and to jump
Apparently
out
18.
all wet. Come on now.
Also, is that water clean? It's probably some dirty ass water.
It didn't look clean to me. I'm just saying. He was risking.
I've been around some smelly water. That could have been some smelly water.
I don't know if you can see the angle, but I bet that if you cut to the guy who jumped in, like jumping in, he did like a triple flip and like this like fancy ass and like dived in, popped up, and then like swam across.
Gifts. People were literally using every gift they had to make sure they come to defend this man, because listen, that was a lot of drunk white folks who were upset and entitled, and in that moment, seriously, because we've seen this happen before, people die. That man got jumped. He was fighting all of those people and they were like, not on my watch. So I'm just like And my head hit the wall.
I'm watching one of the videos, and it's just
Oh my! You guys, the music, they added music. No, you.
I don't know why. Look at
one.
this lady. Watch this lady.
David, I sent one in the chat. I sent you a
That
meme in
was
the
so
chat.
funny to me. And somebody edited that so beautifully. I said, no, that's great. The one that Lance dropped, you got to play that one. That
that one's one of my favorite.
That lady being hit by the chair.
I'm like, he was out of
She's like
control
not
at that
doing
point.
anything.
Chairman was out of control at that point. The lady already got beat up. She was suffering at that time. And he said,
I just saw that.
Like, I assume she's fine because
you guys, again, on Leftist Mafia, we do not condone violence in any way, shape, or form.
No,
absolutely.
I don't even think she's hurt. That's why I'm laughing. Like,
no, she
depends
wasn't
where.
hurt.
It depends what part of the chair hits you.
She turned herself. I think she's one of the people that turned herself in. She,
so she's
she
part
was
of it,
fighting
right?
people. So yes, chairman said, "Sit down, okay? You ain't getting up again."
So it was like, would you be laughing if that was your grandma? Yes, because that shit is objectively funny.
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Damn.
I would join in and hit
my Kate's grandma. Jeez.
That is.
man.
Oh my god, I have not seen that clip. That is too much for me. Holy shit! Can we watch
You
that?
didn't see the chair one? That was like
that.
The chair one got more became more infamous than like the whole like fight, the main fight.
And for
the chair is all I've seen. I had no idea.
The chair's a celebrity.
But for me, the swimmer was like, he's the star. For me, that man
for sure. No.
Yeah.
And risked his life in that water and the strength. He looked like he was a tiny guy, but the strength you have to have. The way that he hopped up and then got himself together and he was on a mission. He was on a mission. That was good stuff. But yeah,
incredible.
That was the brawl heard around the world.
Yeah, I had missed out on all of that until I saw the clips of like the chair, and I was like, wait, I gotta find out how this started.
What's the chair about?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The story behind it's just like ridiculous. Like the guy was a captain of the ferry or whatever. The black guy was the captain of the ferry. Doing his job, just trying to get them to move their little boat
their
or
party
whatever.
boat, whatever they call that thing. I don't know, but that thing.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to move it. They felt entitled, so they were telling him, "No, we're not going to move it." And that went on longer than it should have. And then one of the guys
signal.
just came down and decided to hit him. And that's when it got problematic. And you can tell because the way that he was walking around for a while during the conversation, the black man, the security guard, the way that he was walking around, you can tell they were saying derogatory things to him already. And he was trying to keep his composure. And so now they were like, what you going to do about it? What are you going to do? We're not moving it. We're not moving it. So when he went to tell them that he's going to move it himself, that's when one of them got physical with him. And that hat went in the air and that bat signal went up. And everybody seen it. They were supposed to see it. Everything. It was a problem.
One of the people who got beat up was underage too. I was reading.
Mm-hmm.
It was
the swimmer was underage.
No, there was I was reading there was like one white guy who was a kid who worked for the ferry. He was like the one white guy who was trying to help the captain, and he was like the 16-year-old apparently. You see him get punched in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to help the guy up, and they like push him away or punch him or something.
Yeah,
we're blind
wish we
at this
could play
point.
the good
We're trying to go and save, but it's funny because some of the white folks were jumping in to the water for safety. They were like, "Oh no, that's in the video too." They were jumping in. They're like, "Nope." They jumped into the water for safety. Okay, they didn't want none of it. So,
oh my God. This is a once in a lifetime story. This one.
I know that was very much. I'm like, is this real? I was looking at it like there's a lot happening here. So I had to go back and watch it again. Again, I am not somebody who can watch fights. It just makes me cringe. But this one I missed something the first time, and then I missed something the third time. I missed something the fifth time.
Every angle on this
that
one.
thing damn near 10 times. Okay.
It's like a Christopher Nolan film. You can't absorb everything just by watching it once.
Every corner there was something.
I saw one meme photo that had like, you remember in the main battle scene in that last Avengers movie where the portals open up? Someone put like the portals behind like all the various black people that showed up.
Yeah, that was that was good.
I watched the Good Times edit, and that's why I was laughing when Rebecca was talking because it's
funny.
so funny.
That was the one I sent to the chat.
I said that was so. Whoever edited that,
it's great.
perfect. Everything. They got a
fucking
moment.
Yeah,
funny.
David, play
part
it.
of the
It's in the
song.
chat. It's in the
Wait,
Is
what?
that? Can you play it with the
meme.
copyright music, or is it?
Oh yeah, I see your link.
Yeah, be careful with the
that's
music.
true,
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
I
know
can't
if
put
the
the- I
music
can't-
is
the Good Times
copyrighted.
theme makes it though. All right, fair.
It should
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
It should be copyright. So I
Yeah.
don't think you can play it.
Yeah, it'll be.
But y'all
copyrighted.
should watch it though. Y'all should watch
It's
it. Though.
very, very good.
The Good
Yeah.
Times edit is good.
What's the
That's
song?
really good.
What's the song on that video? If it's by someone problematic, Mike probably knows it and he could sing it.
Oh my goodness. I think that Good Times came out in the 70s? I don't know.
They were
Pretty
probably
old.
all very problematic back. Anything
I know. And
produced
you know
like
they were.
before.
You know they were. Drugs, sex, all of it was
Oh,
those
yeah.
people. That's how they made the good music, allegedly. So I don't know. That's what they say. That's what they say.
Someone's asking why
Yeah.
is Binder being so mean. It's like he missed a week. All right, he's gonna play catch.
Yeah.
He has to catch up with all
This
his.
is what I do on this show. What I do on this show. There's an obvious opening for someone to crack jokes on this show, and I've taken that role. Okay.
And you gonna take it. Matt
I
will
happen
always
to
take it.
be the target for the week where Binder has the most energy. I gotta attack somebody.
Yeah, I mean, David Dole's audience isn't being as racist as usual, so I'm focusing on.
Oh my god. Your audience is racist? David?
No, they're Binder's joking. He's making jokes.
I'm kidding.
Oh no! Somebody says
Oh
Mike has
my
replaced David as the new target for mockery. Oh, it's
No,
well,
you just
listen,
never
you
been
just
mocked
you
in
just
my
gave me
life.
the opening today by literally saying all. You were like, oh yeah, my top 5 favorite artists: Neo, R.
And they're
Kelly,
all-
Chris Brown. And I'm like, what?
I mean, he was very relatable in what he was talking
forgot
about.
Kanye.
So
Yeah.
everybody
Kanye
say
West,
that
right.
they don't like nobody
Also
problematic,
true.
but that's a lie. Okay?
Yes,
That's a
thank
lie.
you. Thank you. And I can't help
We
that
all
all
do.
of these artists were extremely popular when I was a teenager and I listened to all of this and it was like my personality. I can't help that, okay? Okay.
Mhm.
It's-
I gotta say
it
that-
sucks.
The song "Closer" is still stuck in my head now that we brought up Neil. Like, I haven't heard that song in years, and it brings me back to like 2009, and I want to go listen to it.
Right. Look,
Yeah.
and like the dance moves that I made to, was it Closer or was it Miss Independent? I was in college. I was a dancer in college, not a stripper, but I could have
Oh.
been. But I was a dancer in college. So we would like at Florida A&M. So we wouldn't, make up dance on our downtime. And there was dance moves. Neo was that guy. We were making Neo, he got
I forgot how much good music he had back then. 2008,
If y'all
2009. Yeah.
If y'all listen to Mirror by Neo, that song is so sexy. If y'all, with your partner or whoever by yourself, it's a good song. Mirror is a good song. It's a good. I'm just gonna listen to it. It's good. It's good stuff.
Rebecca, do you have any dance TikToks?
No, listen, on TikTok, I haven't. Oh, me and my niece, we just did one, but on TikTok, she made that. But I
Okay.
haven't. I dance all the time. When I go out, I'm the first one in the middle of the dance floor, but I never get my phone and and then I'm working so much that in my downtime, I'll save a video, I'm gonna do that dance, but I don't have the patience to put it on TikTok. I don't have the patience to edit it and put it on TikTok. But let me tell you, I plan to do that because I love dancing. I dance all the time. Some of my old videos on my Instagram, I'm dancing. Dance is fun, and I sing, so I know how to sing too. You'll probably see a video of me singing occasionally on my page, just to do something. I'm not a singer, I just know how to sing. No longer a dancer, but I still know how to dance. So it's it's all for fun. It's all for fun. Do you guys have
That's
any gifts
awesome.
other than talking? Because talking is everybody's gift here. So what else do you guys do?
I got no gifts.
Do you guys do anything? Or do you just
yeah,
sit on your
what
ass
are
all
you?
day?
I can make a farting noise with my armpit.
Oh my goodness. That is a gift though, but
My gift is being a good father. That's my gift.
oh, that's nice. That's so sweet.
Same
That's so
actually. So
That's pretty
thanks
much
for
all.
reminding me, David. Us dads need
Yeah,
to
because Mike is a
recognize,
dad too.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, of course.
indeed.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
The very important pet dads. Yes, of course. We all need you.
Yes.
I'm a plant mom.
Thank you.
So a plant mom, yeah, plant.
That
Even more
counts.
important than the pet dad, is the plant mom.
I have 5 babies, 6 now, and it's hard work to take care of them. I'm telling you, some of them are independent, and some of them are so needy. So, but yeah, I'm talking about plants. Look for everybody. They're like, "Girl, shut up." Yeah, plants.
I'm when it comes to plants, I am not a good father. I will admit that.
All of our
they don't
plants
do
die in
well.
this house too.
Oh, so you guys are plant killers.
I try.
Get easy plants.
But
there's plants that are super easy. You can water them
I've
like
gotten-
once a month, like snake plants and stuff.
Those
My
plants
in-laws
still
have
die
brought
for me.
over
It doesn't
those.
matter.
Yeah, same. They died.
Doesn't
I
matter.
killed them.
Yeah.
Also, my dog
I
killed
follow
them
the
too by
instructions.
trampling them.
How?
I had a plan. There's like instructions, like water this only like once a week. Okay, it's dead in 2 weeks. Like I watered it twice, but it died.
They literally
So I don't know.
don't want to live.
Are
They
you
want to
watering it with
die.
bleach? What's happening?
Oh my God! Is it the energy in the home? Plants must live.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like if like my home is very like happy vibes, right? Positivity. So it should be in theory an environment where they thrive. But my theory is that the plants are mostly homophobic, and that's why they won't survive with me.
My plants are Haitian.
Or maybe the plants are stuck listening to the playlists of your favorite artists.
Oh my goodness.
And they're withering away as they listen to.
Matt, so what's your gift? You're a comedian?
He's a journalist. He's the only journalist on the panel.
That's what I do with my full time. No, but I used to do a lot actually. Then I had kids. Now I'm starting to get back into things. I play soccer again. I'm in a
so you play soccer.
League.
That's good.
I'm started making music again. I used to be in a couple.
What?
Punk
I didn't know
bands
you
back
made
in the
music.
day.
So do you sing?
Yeah.
Do you sing or do you play like an instrument?
I used to play bass and
Oh, wow.
but now I'm just working with a few people I'm just doing vocals. Let's see how it works out. Maybe I'll
You're doing
record
vocals?
something
That's
and get
amazing.
it out
You see,
there.
there's
yeah.
life outside of politics,
Wow.
and I'm telling you, people got
There
lives.
has to be.
People are people.
Like with my kids, like there was a point where like I had my first son was born, and I felt like, oh my God, that's like everything now. And it was like that for a while, but now both my kids are like at an age where they're like getting into things that like I'm also into. So I'm doing things with them. So I'm getting
I hear
like,
that's when it gets fun.
yeah. So my life prior to them is coming back a little bit, and they're joining me for the ride, which makes it even more fun. And now I'm following them. Like my son actually is the one who got me back into soccer. Like I played back in the day when I was in like elementary school and in high school for a little bit, and then I stopped because I became too cool for sports. And then my son started playing soccer in his school league. And I became a soccer dad. I'm literally yelling at him, screaming my head off at him on the sidelines. And I'm having a lot of fun doing it. He's having a lot of fun doing it. And I'm like, I miss playing. And so I looked up and I found a local, the New York City Soccer League. And I signed up. And he came to a few games to watch me. And it's been a fun time.
Look at that. You see, I bet you I didn't know that about Matt. And look, the more you know. Now he's more personable. I know everybody's like, oh, Matt. See, I done broke another layer. Look, keep me on long enough. We're going to know everything about all y'all.
And based on my daughter, I'll probably be attending her stand-up comedy performances, and she'll get me back into comedy or something. I don't know. She's
she's funny?
Yeah, she's very funny. Yes.
Little kids are very funny because they have no filter.
Yeah,
my
that's true,
son actually was
they have no filters.
My son was a very
Little.
serious young boy. He's
Really?
really into sports. All he wears is soccer jerseys. He's obsessed with Messi and and Mbappe and all the big soccer players. But my daughter's just like, she watches her kids' Netflix shows and she cracks jokes. That's what she's all about. She's 4. He's 8.
Cool.
David, how old is you? Have one.
Yeah, he's 2.5.
Oh, 2.5. Oh, just
So
a baby.
he's just starting to like talk. He's talking like a lot now. He repeats things. He has his little sayings. Like he likes saying "be careful" a lot because I'm always telling him "be careful," and now he just repeats it to everything. Like he'll see a car go by. Hi, car. Be careful. Be careful.
That's so cute.
Raising a little neurotics.
What? Matt!
I don't think he even knows. I'm not sure he's even aware of what he's really saying. But
Oh, I love that.
But he's very like he likes playing basketball for a 2-year-old. But we have like little basketball net. He likes playing soccer indoors too. He likes big trucks. He's super into big trucks. So he has his little his little boy interest.
Yeah, I think all kids.
Every time he sees a big truck on the road,
phase.
big truck,
or the train
Yeah.
phase. Was he in the trains ever?
He likes trains too. Yeah.
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 So your kids are into dinosaurs? That's a thing. I feel like
also dinosaurs.
These new kids are big on dinosaurs.
Yeah, definitely.
That's always been the thing, though. That's not
well, my nephew, my brother, he got my nephew this whole pack of dinosaurs a couple of years ago. I think it was like 5, like a massive pack, and like he opened that shit up and was like, "Why did you get me this?" Like it was like little plastic dinosaurs, and I thought it was really cool. I'm like, "Oh wow, that's so cool." He's like, "Why did you get me this? This is stupid." And he just tossed it to the side. And then his mom was like, say thank you. Say thank you. He's like, thanks. I'm like, oh my God. They have no filter. It's so funny.
Wow.
Wait, so you have a pandemic baby, David?
Yeah. Actually,
that's true. That's true.
So it was
one of the many.
We decided to have a child right at the beginning of the pandemic. And as Bernie was losing the primary against Biden, and we're like, you know what? The world is really shitty. By the time this baby is born, the pandemic will be over. Things will be better. And that didn't happen.
That baby.
Wait. So hold on. So you had a Bernie lost baby?
Basically, yeah. We wanted to bring some goodness into the world, so we were like, you know what? Let's
Man, I can't believe Bernie lost the primary. I'm so depressed. Come on, honey. Let's
have a baby.
No, it was more like there's so many shitty people in this world. Let's make a good one. You know what I mean?
That's like the whole.
That was kind of the plan.
Like it's so wholesome. Like, yeah, Matt is just a fool. But see, people have lives. Look, for the audience. See, they're real people. They're not mad all the time. They ain't fighting all the time. They have lives. Everyone has a life. They do things that they love outside of just having political conversations. We got lives. We got to make sure that we're good. Because again, logging into Twitter, and that's why I'd be like, what y'all mad about already? Did you brush your teeth before you sent this angry tweet? Did you before you came up with this think piece? Did you get the crust out of your eyes? Like, come on.
The answer is of course no.
Right, the answer, because they're on there fighting back with people in the comment section, calling you all kinds of racist things, or even just you find yourself getting mad, and now you're a part of the conversation. You didn't even kiss your kids good morning. You didn't say nothing to nobody else. You just went straight to Twitter and wasted time being angry.
Did you see how everyone melted down after Justin Trudeau posted a picture of him and his son, it was his son, by the way. Like all the right wingers were like, I didn't know you were gay, and I was like, that's like his
so unhinged.
And then he posted a picture of him with his daughter, and the right wing was like, she looks like a $20 prostitute. I was like, she's 14.
Oh
like,
my God.
That's a 14-year-old teenager. What are you doing?
It's a crazy place. The internet is a crazy place. It's like you can get good from it, but there's it's just you put your kids on there and they're ripping your kids apart. They're sexualizing your children. They're it's terrible.
Oh yeah.
It's because you could be anyone on the internet. People who in real life, who you'll see you walk across the street and they might say, "Watch out for that car. Be careful." They go online. All of a sudden they're like, "I'm gonna fucking have sex with your eye sockets."
We're all crazy. We're all kind of crazy like that, but that's crazy.
I'm not that kind of crazy.
My battery just died, which is I didn't know was not plugged in.
That's what happened to mine. That's what. So when you guys see me do that, my battery dies. When you guys see my camera black out, my battery dies. That means it's time for me to go. So. No, but that's my time, you guys. Not me ending the segment, but that's my time. I love you guys so much. Like
everyone,
I say,
go donate if you haven't already.
Yes, please go donate to Rebecca.
Go donate to Rebecca.
Although I will say, I sort of wish that in the beginning of the episode, instead of giving us the real explanation, if you were just like, "Hey, just decided I could use a few extra bucks this month. I want to treat myself."
Well, I'm still taking a vacation because I had a paid for a vacation. I just need to make sure that my bills are paid. And I'm like, I'm not leaving. I'm not, I got to take care of what needs to be taken care of before I do anything else. But I do need a break. My best friend's birthday, it's already paid for, but I had to make sure that home is set. And but I thank you guys so much for Y'all ain't know me but for one day, and you guys are still loving on me as if you know me forever. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. I appreciate everybody who has supported thus far, from my audience to from our audience to my other show's audience. I got to get used to it. This is our show. This is our family. But I appreciate it, guys, and I'm thankful that I have this as I have you guys, because there are people, like I said, I was reading comments where people just nothing. And Lance, you didn't have to go in and help me. I didn't, because I wasn't gonna say nothing to nobody. But I was just gonna do what I do and figure it out. But just knowing that if you do have help and you can get that, that's a good thing. When people can come together, because I see that as actual community, and that would be the leftist mafia. There's community here. That's what the mafia is about. So
we're family. We're family.
Yeah,
Yes.
A family.
And just to be clear, so the Cash App account is linked to your Frozen account. So just to make sure people do PayPal, then correct?
Yeah, PayPal.
Okay.
You can send to the Cash App. I took it off of the Cash App, but I don't know where that card is. It will still go to my Cash App, but I just don't know where that card is. I haven't used that. But yeah, you can still send to the Cash App if you'd like. That's fine. If you don't have PayPal is fine as well. So thank you guys, though. Love you. Mean
Absolutely.
it. Y'all enjoy the rest of your 17 hours you guys are about to see on here.
We're gonna see how far
Especially
this
with Mike
goes,
saying he's gonna read all of his all of his regular chats.
I selectively read them. Okay.
But I will see you guys on next Thursday. Yes, I will. Will I see you guys on next Thursday? I'll talk to you guys about that, because that'd be I might be leaving. But I will see y'all when I see you. Love you. Mean it.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Yeah.
I thought that it was a great show. It was a great episode all around, in my opinion.
I feel like
maybe someone like Mike feels different, being that I've been ragging on him all night. But
no, I'm happy to take the heat off of David, Matt. But next time you have to do Lance.
There's never heat on me.
That was my job. I'm the one who always takes the heat off David. It's about time you got some, if anything.
Listen, the most important thing is that you all know that I can take
every
it.
week.
I dish it and I could take it, so you could all come at me whenever you'd like. In fact, just feel free.
I think we're all cowards who talked a ton of shit about you in the last episode because you weren't here.
Oh, really? I'll have to go back and watch. He's gone while we're streaming on his channel.
Yeah, I know. You made more money than I did, motherfucker.
I began the show by telling everybody that Bender said that if you want to give him a super chat, give it to me instead. So that's how we began the show.
Did that work? Did you get lots of money?
No, it didn't work. I was joking, obviously. Bender still probably got more super chats than I did.
Oh yeah.
All right, so there's actually a bunch that we missed, I missed before because from the previous stream.
Yeah.
So maybe we take turns reading through our previous chats, just because we.
Why don't we not take turns? Let's just you finish yours.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So let me just start here. Jay Cass says, plot twist: what if desperate Trump pivots and supports Medicare for all, debt relief, etc., to save his ass? Would enough people fall for it? Would his cult revolt? That first of all, it's never going to happen. If he did that, his cult supports him because it's Donald Trump. They would support him maybe even more because he would promise some actual things that of course he would never do. But no, his cult would not revolt. They like him because it's him. Kowalski says, Nation of Islam Obama, quote, I'm not going to do the actual impression, but
it's a hard
says,
one to
quote,
do. It's a hard one to do.
You're some of the good ones. Oh, thank you, Kowalski. Marcus the Woo with a very generous $20 super chat says, FYI, YouTube is a hater. Last week I tried to give everyone money and YouTube wouldn't let me super chat you. I have heard this occasionally. There was a stream that we did a couple weeks back where I just didn't get any super chats past like a certain time, and like people couldn't give me super chats to do. So I don't know what's going on with that, but thank you, Marcus, for
I just got this weird message right now that said everyone who sent me a super chat today has to resend it to me all over again. Oh, that's weird.
You extorting your followers. I have one last one here from the previous. From the previous stream. One last one from Fanders. I don't know what the money is here, but thank you so much, Fanders. Says it's funny, I was in the US recently and never watched this live, and now I am watching it live at 2:30 a.m. Might be the jet lag. Wow, there's no way you're still here if you sent that super chat a few hours ago, because now it's like 4 a.m. So, but thank you so much, Vanders, for that super chat. All right, that's the last one of the previous stream for me.
Okay, cool. So I'll go read mine, being that Mike's not here. Jay Cass with the $5 super chat. Finally, it's Emma. Let's get Brandon and Sam next. Tim Black or Jesse Dollamore too. Maybe even Jon Stewart. Beaming face with smiling eyes emoji. Definitely Brandon. Definitely Sam. Tim Black, I don't know. Sounds like a good one too. Jesse Dollamore, I'm not familiar. Do you know who that is? I'm not familiar. Jon Stewart, probably not a gettable.
Probably not possible.
Yeah. FG became a member. Welcome, FG. Thank you so much. Kowalski with a super chat. Emma is one of the John Browns of the online left. Donald James resubscribed as a member and said, "It is Emma." Blex actually the super chat. I'm so here for the Emma Mafia. Kowalski again with the you have achieved true leftist audio with our audio issues on the previous stream we had to end. And damn Cedar with a $10 super chat. Time for sushi, roller skating, and poker with the boys. A reference to what Tim Pool wanted to get out of Emma when she went on the Tim Pool show. Sushi with the boys. I'll never poker though. Sushi and poker with the boys, right? Very funny.
Was poker part of it too? I didn't remember the poker part.
Yeah,
oh
something
God,
like that. The thing
ridiculous.
is, I totally makes sense why Emma wouldn't want to waste her time doing that. But I would have but me being the sycophant I am, I totally would have been down. For sushi and poker with Tim Pool. I'm disappointed he didn't ask. I guess he didn't want to hang out.
Yeah.
I honestly, I don't understand that. Like, to me, when I meet a lot of these people or go on their shows or stuff like that, like they have this on the right. I found, especially, they can turn the cameras off and then nothing else like really matters. Like, to me, I'm like, I watch you actively advocating for like the eradication of trans people all day. Like, I don't want to.
Because they don't believe half the shit they're saying. It's all a performance. That's why
I'm not saying I want to hang out with him and be best buddies. I want to pick his brain with the cameras off and see what he says without his audience there. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, I wouldn't even make it.
I wouldn't even make it obvious. Saying I'd be like sneaky, but I would just, ask him very specific questions and try to get at certain things to get a better sense of who he actually is off camera. I'm not saying I believe there's a better person under there. I'm just saying it'd be interesting to find out if there's a different person under there, under that beanie.
True.
When the cameras are off.
Would he reveal it to you? That was my question, because he's like, this guy's gonna out me. You know what I mean? Like he's not gonna. He's gonna be very careful, I would think. But I guess it'd be fun to maybe see.
I will say, and I don't know if he does this in other videos or interviews, but I will say something that I specifically remember was that off air he consistently referenced when we were talking afterwards. He would over and over again reference. In like we were talking about, it was a continuation of like he brought up that like college session or whatever where it was like an anti-racism sort of thing, and they split up the white students from the students of color. And obviously it's a thing where you would it seems very obvious to me that the point of that specific activity is to get the students of color together in a safe space where they could talk about the issues and microaggressions they, experience in the class.
And honestly,
yeah. But he continued that part of the conversation off air, and he consistently referenced his, I think it's Korean background he has, and I've never seen him do that on air. And I thought that was very interesting. Maybe he does, and I just haven't seen those clips. But he didn't do that in our conversation. But he continuously did that off air. So it was interesting to see him play the explicit identity card. That's how they would.
He's mentioned before that he's like part Asian, but he's never really talked. Yeah, he doesn't seem to mention it too much. I mean, I don't watch. I see clips from him, so who knows? But
yeah,
I don't know.
Oh, they are. That's. I've spoken to his sister before. I believe they're a quarter, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe him. I'm just saying on air.
No, yeah, I believe him too. No, I'm not saying yeah.
I didn't know that.
So who wants to go next with
but Ole's in the chat. Nice to see Ole.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, everybody go subscribe to Ole Naughty.
Hi, Limey.
Yeah, always nice to see Ole. I also have mine pulled up as well. I had a couple from the last stream. I don't know if you all...
Oh, yeah, we read ours already. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a $5 one from J. Cass. Will you say Demoquat 3 times fast like Beetlejuice? He. No, I will not. Mike Thompson with $5 saying, I chose you guys over Bernie and the auto union leader tonight. Wise choice.
That was
another
tonight.
5.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Hey, you've seen one Bernie speech. You've seen them all. You get the point.
You also get the United Auto Workers president, who apparently is very scary. That was the other story that I didn't cover today, but I had it here in case we needed something.
No, definitely go check out. I'm joking. Check out the Bernie speech with the auto workers. Yes.
Yeah, the CNBC host Jim Cramer was like this week been freaking out about this United Auto Workers president, like calling him like this guy's like Marx. He's like Marx, Engels, and then he names I forget this guy's name now, but he names him as like the third one. Like, what? Like, this all just fucking performance, dude. Shut the fuck. Like, the guy's a very normal union leader. Like, he's a great guy. He seems great, but he's not saying anything, outlandish. But,
yeah, is this the same union leader who triggered Mark Wayne Mullen as well during a committee hearing?
That's a different one.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay.
Yeah. No, this you would laugh. This guy's very just like soft spoken. Like the idea that Kramer's like freaking out about this dude is just so bizarre. Like he's very tame in his rhetoric, anyways.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah.
Another one from Mike Thompson on that note. Another $5. Thank you, Mike. I got to watch Bernie and you guys. I forgot different time zone. Truck driver. Yay, Emma finally. So that's good. You got to see both. Awesome. I have one from Kowalski, 199. Tomato harvest is good. Should I make woke ketchup? Absolutely. And then we could sell it on Leftist Mafia and become wealthy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. We've got a $1 blank chat from Just a Dumb Bunny and a $2 chat from Just a Dumb Bunny saying, here's $2. Buy some bandwidth. I think we're going to need more than $2 for the bandwidth, but I appreciate that.
That backhand right there.
Yeah, once I get to my regular super chats, I will read like if you guys have some questions just later on in the show. But please, I'd rather you donate to Rebecca than send me a super chat. So,
Lance, do you have chats from the previous stream before we get to the?
Okay.
Yeah, Lance, do you make money of any? do you make money?
No,
He's mostly a Twitch guy, so I'm always confused about like, are there super chats too?
Well, because I feel left out, I started streaming on YouTube, so I do have super chats this time. So when the time comes, I will have a few.
Yes, I'm glad that you're here for these too.
Completely off topic. Do any of you, or even the listeners, do any of you frequent boats? Do you go on boats? Because I went on a boat during this vacation, and it was a pretty long boat ride. It was like a thing with the whole wedding party. But since I got off that boat, I've been experiencing absolutely horrible vertigo. Like I'm sitting here right now.
That's very normal. If you sleep on a boat or you spend a prolonged amount of time on a boat, that's what happens. And sometimes it can last up to a week or longer afterwards. Especially, I know you. Well, I know this doesn't apply to you because you're straight edge, but if you do drugs on the boat, it amplifies the effects a lot as well.
Good thing that didn't happen, because right now I'm sitting here, and my whole body is like swaying like I'm on a boat right now.
That happens to me after going on roller coasters. Like I'll go to Wonderland here in Canada, and like I come home and then I'll feel like when I close my eyes, I'll just feel like whoa, going like down the roller coaster. It's bizarre. But
because I'm not a boatman, I don't fare well with water, primarily because I don't swim, so I stay away from water, pools, ocean, and somehow I was convinced to go parasailing and swimming with dolphins, even though I basically just held on to a dolphin as he pulled me and let me go, and someone had to grab me after the dolphin let go.
Okay.
I'm surprised you did that, not being able to swim. That sounds scary as hell. Swim and do that.
I was like, I'm out here. I mean, probably who knows how often I'll get. It was my first time in Mexico, only second time out of the country, and I was like, it's a wedding thing. I I'm just gonna once in a lifetime. My kids did it. How am I gonna be? How is my 8-year-old gonna show me up?
Kudos to you for doing it though, because that takes courage. Yeah. I went on a kayak once a couple of years ago, and I thought I was gonna die. I did fine, but I'm not an adventurous person as well, so I know how hard it can be pushing yourself if you're not necessarily adventurous. So good on you. That's good. That's awesome.
Thank you. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I could die. I mean, who cares? I could drown.
We'll find a replacement. We'll find a replacement pretty quickly. It's fine.
Yeah, we've already done it multiple times. Right?
Lee.
All right, let's roll through these. Who's this for? Is this for me?
I have to check.
I'm sorry.
Should we maybe just do like? I feel like we ran pretty quickly through ours. Doing ours
mine.
Individually. What if we just do like, I don't know, 5 each at a time or something? Like we could just search them, click them.
It's probably going to be more confusing to go back.
Okay,
I think we should just go straight down through the thing. We should
All
just be
right,
quicker. As I'm the one who stalls, we should just be quicker.
Okay.
Lee Barratino with the super chat. I wonder if the audio problem was a Blair scheme. Who knows? I'm gonna go with a StreamYard issue because that's.
You mean triangles? Triangle scheme.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh! I get it.
Pyramid.
I get
We
it.
just call it triangle. Who's this?
I believe
it's me, Foresto Montero with the super chat. Time to stream via smoke signal. Yes, we should. I'm sure that'll work better.
Can you imagine a conversation through smoke signal? I can't.
This one, the $20 super chat. Jeez, $20. After hearing about your recent trip and seeing a luchador match, who is your favorite luchador, both masked and unmasked? Oh, that's hard. I don't know about currently, but my favorite luchador over the years has always been the original La Parka. I've always been a big fan of his overall outfit. I liked that he was a larger guy doing the luchador high-flying stuff. Unmasked, ooh, that's rough. That's a hard one, actually. I can't tell you off the top of my head. Unmasked luchador, jeez, I don't even know where to begin there. Does Rey Mysterio count for the brief time in WCW he was unmasked?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Does Doink the Clown count?
Oh, this is not for me. Even though
this is for me. Bay Photo. $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Says Sobender totally plotted those audio issues just so he could reappear as a luchador. Yes, exactly.
Oh, someone in the chat just said Eddie Guerrero. I mean, that's obvious. But would you consider him a luchador? I never considered Eddie a luchador.
He had a mask. I never knew that.
No, they asked unmasked luchadors too.
Oh, I thought they meant someone that was masked that then got unmasked.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think Eddie Guerrero did wear a mask early in his career. I don't remember.
Did he? Okay, I didn't know.
He might have, but yeah. Is this mine? Let me see. No, this is. Oh yeah, it is. BC Clarity Carlton Martin with the super chat. Matt has a wig styled like hat head. So clever. I don't know why. I guess sometimes my hair just looks. My hair is real, baby. This is this is real.
We all have pretty good hair. That's not always the case.
Yeah, I got a good hairline still for now.
Pretty lucky.
I got no bald spots, no thinning. I'm
going to. I got testosterone.
I got streaks of gray. What about you? What about you? There's like a few gray streaks here and there. What about you, David, with your kids? Did they give you grays yet?
I have like 3 gray hairs, and I pull them out, and they never come back.
Oh, I can't do that. That's gross. Pinkerbell.
No, I'm joking. I don't pull them out, but it's like 3 of them.
Pinkerbell with a member, join a member for a month. Thank you, Pinkerbell. Taking my kids to their first indie wrestling show this weekend. They are 15 and 16 and so excited we got front row seats. They're going to have the time of their life. There's nothing better. Seats. There's nothing better than an indie wrestling show. Enjoy. My only critique would be you waited too long. 15 and 16. They should have been. They should be pros going to indie shows by now. No, they're gonna have a great time, and they're gonna go to many more. I'm sure they're gonna get hooked.
Shadow Project 01, 1999 super chat. Very generous. Says Emma, watched your Tim Pool debate. Take pride in knowing that you live rent free in Timmy Boy's head. I mean, that was very obvious, you know, in the days after his reaction to Emma being on there and kicking his ass. But absolutely.
Geez, this for me. Yes. C. Degenemer. With a $5 super chat, appreciate Emma's fiery defense of trans folks on a regular basis, and happy to see her on Leftist Mafia. Love her work. Salute emoji, trans pride flag, and the pride flag. I mean, yeah, Emma. I mean, it's obvious to support trans people now more than ever, but Emma especially has done an absolutely fantastic job. Not only just, you know, with her passionate response to every time it's come up, but, you know, her response to people who have obviously meant something to her throughout her life, and standing up for trans rights and trans people in the face of their horrible, you know, takes on trans issues, and really smart takes too. It's not that she just, you know, it's not like she just, you know, emotionally defends trans people. She puts a lot of emotion into it, but they're also extremely well thought out, amazing takes.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah.
Taylor W. the super chat. 20 Rebecca, good luck, needed crypto, JK, Matt. Oh, I guess, you know, he's saying, Taylor saying that Rebecca could have, okay, crypto could have saved Rebecca's with her bank account. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but then how would she spend anything to pay rent? You can't pay rent with crypto.
Right.
Lance, you go. Do a few.
Oh, shit. Okay. Scrolling back up. Brett Patterson with the $5. Lance's first Leftist Mafia super chat. It was not, but I appreciate it. Prairie Fire with the $1.99. Who is the Canadian John Brown? Is it David? David, are you going to be an alcoholic who shoots people who don't believe in emancipation? Wait and see.
No.
I don't know. Like, you don't really always need a white savior, by the way, when it comes to like historical things. If you don't know about this, in Canada, we just got Viola. I think it's Viola Desmond. Viola Desmond is now on our $10 bills instead of the Queen, which is actually pretty based. And she's basically a Black Canadian who was in the whites only section of a movie theater and got asked to leave and refused, and then started becoming an activist for civil rights as a result of it. So that's pretty cool person if you didn't know it. Yeah.
What movie was she going to say?
Ooh, I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I would have to look that up. Yeah. And I'll do one more. Jacob with the incredibly generous $50. The message, hey, you're not Emma. And that's true.
Still alive with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Says, any of you guys following the Anna Kasparian v. Vosh drama? I'm very disappointed in Anna and just unsubbed from TYT SM. Shake my head. Yes, I've read some tweets. I don't know if I need to weigh in on everything all the time, especially when it's drama between two people I have no involvement with. But I've read the tweets. I've seen the exchanges. I have had some laughs along the way, but that's the extent of it for me. I don't know about anybody else.
All I've seen is that apparently she's upset that Vosh called her names or something. Like she called her the B word and R word. I don't know if he actually did.
I'm not gonna defend the slurs.
Did he actually say those things?
Vosh used? Well, apparently he said that her take was R-slurred, and also that she is a B-slur turf was the accusation. But I'll be totally honest with you. That doesn't excuse, like, she used it to say that, hey, I speak to Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro doesn't do name calling and Vosh isn't like a big boy. And she also kind of implied that he's like a junkie by being like he's snorting addies all the time before he makes his streams or something. But yeah, I mean, if you're trying to use Vosh's like transphobia as a defense for your own takes that are being criticized, it doesn't really work that way, right? And I think the clip that she used to talk about him also, that like he's since come out and said that was the wrong take, apologized. The person whom he is speaking to in that clip, it actually came out and it made a statement on Twitter speaking about how, like, Vosh has already apologized, etc. That kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of especially the R word I feel like you could make your points without using that word.
Oh, I agree. I don't think you should use dehumanizing slurs unless you're reclaiming them, right? Obviously, because then you give them the same power that people would use it for. But I don't think Anna's in the right of saying like, hey, Vosh calls people names. That's why I speak to Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro says the most dehumanizing insults about trans people every fucking day. Ben Shapiro's entire network, the Daily Wire, is one of the biggest fucking anti-trans outfits there is. The man is famous for misgendering people intentionally and is so fucking proud of that shit. Like, fuck Ben Shapiro of the highest order. Like,
Yeah.
I think that you don't have a hill to stand on. If you're like, Ben Shapiro, good, but Vosh bad.
Yeah, and not to mention his tweet about Arabs. Remember, like, anyone remember that? How they
it's still up. It's still up.
Yeah, they love to live in
filth.
I mean, despicable person.
I think your impact on the world matters more than you being name called. Is
Right. I think I understood what she was trying to say. But she said it all wrong. Like, Ben Shapiro had her on the show and he didn't treat her specifically like shit or attack her like that. Which I get.
It's like, well, okay, but it's so not, as long as the Nazi's nice to me and doesn't call me names, I'll talk to them.
Right,
it's so weird,
I feel like
I think I said something similar but better phrased after my Bad Empeñada debate, where he basically refused to call me by name. He would just refer to me as like poor man Sam Cedar or something like that, which was ridiculous. Yeah, so I was basically just like I said how like, damn, even Tim Pool put respect on my name. But then I also said how in a debate, like, I would side with Bad Empeñada over those guys if like Bad Empeñada was going after them. I think I even said like a couple of weeks later he was fighting with Matt Walsh and got banned, and I was like, Team Bad Empeñada, even though I don't like the guy, because obviously.
Yeah,
I saw that Bad Empeñada tweet. That was something.
There's an argument you can make where it depends what your goal is, right? If your goal is to talk to this person, like if Fosh's, I don't want to get into this again, but if Fosh's goal is to like change Anna's mind or something, then maybe there's a better approach than calling her names. At the same time, I just think it's I think it's clear that Ben Shapiro's impact on the world is pretty disastrous. But Cat67 super sticker. That's a cat that's saying hiya or hiya. Thank you so much, Cat. Much appreciated.
Kowalski with a super chat. You're almost as tan as me. Almost, for an Italian. I honestly didn't notice am I really that tan? I can't tell. I do know, I feel like the sunburn on my nose is starting to show. It's a little bit red.
I hate that. That's the most uncomfortable sunburn area.
Yeah. Is this a political idealist with a super chat? Matt should get rid of his Pavement Princess SUV. Rolling eyes emoji. Oh, this guy always he called into my show once to knock me for having a car in New York. I have an old Honda Civic.
Why does this person have this obsession with you?
I have this old Honda Civic that I use to transport my 2 young children to their school-related things. I'm not driving through Manhattan with it. I live in Queens in one of the outer boroughs. I'm on the final stop of the 7 train, meaning anything to the east of the 7 train, which is the majority of Northeast Queens, is impossible to get to without a vehicle. That's what I use to get my kids to where they gotta go. It would be ridiculous to lug around 2 small children.
I don't think you have to defend any of this. Yeah. I don't know why this guy has a weird obsession with your car.
All I hear is nothing but propaganda all I hear is propaganda from a climate criminal and who doesn't want to give up his vehicle.
I've never bought a car.
Collecting our super chats while you're gone. Fucking spending it on luchador masks and shit. Fuck you.
I've had 3 cars. One was a big van that I chose. That was my high school graduation gift that I asked for my band so we could travel around to shows in one vehicle with all of our equipment. And when the engine on that died, just so happened that I had a cousin who was getting rid of their old 30-year-old Jeep. So they gave it to me. And then when that vehicle died, my mother-in-law was getting rid of her vehicle. So she gave it to me. It's for her. Really, she didn't give it. I mean, it's under my name because I have the license, but she gave it for the purpose of her grandchildren. I mean, it's not like I'm out there funding the automobile companies.
Yeah, if it makes you sound any better or feel any better, Matt. So somebody called into David Pakman's show and was like scolding him about the clothing that he wears if it was like made from recycled materials. And then they name dropped me and they're like, and Humanist Report. Like, do you know the carbon footprint of the ink that goes in his tattoos or something like that?
There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Yeah. There is no ethical consumption under everything we're using right now. These computers, like,
yeah, if you're watching this,
we shouldn't even stream. We should be living in the forest, all of us. Let's have no impact on the world at all. Let's inform nobody. That's how we solve problems. Get the fuck out of here. All right, who's this for? Binder?
Probably is for me, but there we go. Okay. Maui Gatuma with a super chat. Sorry if I messed up your name. I really tried, I promise. Have you tried Spoutable? Monetization is free. I'm not familiar with it. I've heard that it's not really that great of a platform in terms of like it seems like it's just like a script purchased. Like I don't think it's got any like developers working on it. I've also heard the guy who runs it is kind of Musk-esque in his own way, where he'll just like ban people from it that he doesn't like. I don't know. This is what I've heard. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to check it out. I did sign up just to register my profile, so if people wanted to follow me on there, they could. Not a lot of people searched for me on there, so I don't think a lot of people are going there. But I'm on there if people decide that's the place.
What is Spoutable?
It's another like Twitter alternative.
Oh God, I already have too many. I'm
yeah, I know.
The ones I post
threads at all.
The ones I post on regular
same.
Is X Twitter. You know, I'm on there obviously because that's where it's still the main platform in that niche of text-based social media. Threads, because there's, it's not as, it's sort of waning, figuring out what the next steps are going to be, but there's still a community there. And Blue Sky, which I actually think is the best of the Twitter alternatives in terms of the community. Sometimes I'll post on Mastodon, but those are like the main three. What I really want to do actually is post more on TikTok. I really got to find the time to get on there because I feel like that's the place where I'm missing an entire audience that doesn't know me on any of the other platforms.
Lance's TikToks are blowing up. He's this way. His TikToks are great.
Oh, thanks. Yeah,
he's TikTok famous.
I don't think I follow you. I should follow. I like never use TikTok though, so I would follow you, but I'll never check.
I saw one David.
There's too many accounts.
It's wild though. If you do lo-fi shit where you're just like speaking in front of a green screen and it looks terrible, and you're just like, "Hey, this is why you probably didn't know this news article says this." Those ones explode. You'll get like 100,000 views. It's nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, you're doing numbers. It's crazy. Yeah, I haven't been on TikTok
it's worthless.
in a while.
I don't get paid from TikTok. I make $0. It's just.
And they don't really transfer to like YouTube or Twitch support probably that much as well, right?
Matt could probably do a better number, but I think it's like between 5 and 6 or 7% conversion of that. It's not. I guess it's not nothing.
Yeah,
I do notice little bumps and spikes when a TikTok video goes viral.
Interesting.
JCass, $2 says thank you. JCass says sent money chats, super chats earlier. Feel free to send to Becca, please. We should actually let me find.
Yeah, have it scrolling on the bottom.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. This should post everybody's page.
Oh, it's a long link though, right? It's a long link.
I have a tiny euro.
Yeah. Send the tiny link and we'll do that. And then you could scroll it on the bottom if it's tiny enough that people could remember to.
I'll also just put it in the chat as well. But
I'm just gonna put it in your chat, David. So it's just gonna be in the chat.
In the private chat.
So it's your public YouTube chat for the stream.
Oh, I don't think it'll show. There's no clear links.
Okay, so I'll put it in the.
Send to the private chat, then I'll put it in the main chat.
There it is.
Okay, yeah, I'll copy and paste that, and then I will pin that to my comment section. I could just pin that, right?
Oh, that's good. Yep.
There we go.
Yes, please.
I'll pin it.
Consider supporting Rebecca. Okay, yeah, I just pinned that. Perfect.
All right, let me find where I was here.
I just pinned it.
Here it is. Who's got Kowalski?
Okay, that one is for me. Kowalski, thank you. 199. Sack tapping sounds cringe. Nut knockers is better. I mean, if that is more appropriate, because if somebody did that to me, I would want to knock them out. Like, that is, I'm all about personal space. And yeah, that's just so egregious. Especially, like, I mean, it's never okay, but in the workplace, when your boss is doing that, not fucking acceptable.
Yeah. Lance, do you want to do some?
Okay. Big thank you to Pierre Odinson for the $5. Matt Binder and Scratchy Audio, name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. Prairie Fire with the $1.99. If Matt had a bad hair day, how would we know? Wow, these people are paying money to make fun of Matt Binder in my chat.
Damn.
I love it. Keep doing it.
I love it.
It's because he came after me. See, they're defending me.
A85 Ramos with the $5. What is a movie from the last 3 years that in 10 years we will look back as problematic? Any comedy, like virtually any comedy. I'm serious. Comedy doesn't age well at all, just as a genre. But yeah,
because it's very about like what's happening now, and that stuff just changes.
I was going to bring up. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry when we were talking about problematic
I don't
movies.
know. It's funny because I actually think some of the older comedies actually withstood the test of time much better.
I mean, it depends who it is.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Yeah. The Life of Brian, Holy Grail, most of the Monty Python stuff. You know, Monty Python's old movies haven't. Spaceballs is good too. It's like the real life Monty Python people that suck now, like the adults. Wanda MV, thank you for the $4.99. Lance, thank you for supporting Rebecca and for your caring spirit. Deeply appreciate you. That's very nice. And C Jinmir with the $5. Happy to be able to give you a dono. Hug the puppy for me, and thanks for sticking up for trans folks. Oh, thank you.
Sweet.
You good?
Take it away.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, this one is for me. Goblin Friend, Canadian $5. Thank you so much. So they wanted Emma to answer this, but she's not here. But fuck, marry, kill whatever lurks under the beanie. Crowder's unsolicited homoeroticism in the workplace, Ben being consumed by his sentient eyebrows. This is the worst one yet. So I guess I'll have to answer it. I'm gonna say.
I know what I would pick. This is easy. This is easy.
This is easy.
This is easy. Yeah.
Well, I've
been thinking about this specific situation multiple times.
Well, the kill part is easy.
Here that I would
the kill part is easy because there's only, out of these three things, there's only one thing that is hurting and horrible to other people, and that's Crowder's unsolicited abuse in the workplace. So that one is obviously we get rid of that right then and there.
Kill that one.
I mean, we all know that there's just nothing under the beanie, literally nothing, because what it's hiding is the lack of something. So we could marry that because you'll be marrying nothing, and you could just I guess
just F Ben's face. Yeah,
okay. Close your eyes and deal with that. One and done. You know.
Okay, I'm persuaded. I think that's a good argument. Yeah. Okay.
There you go. That's the answer.
The way that David put it.
I don't know. Well, I would argue if nothing is under the beanie, then I'm going to F that, so I don't have to touch anything at all.
That's true.
So you'll marry Ben's face?
It's the eyebrows. I don't know. You don't have to. You could divorce her right the next day. There you go. Marry, divorce. You could always divorce.
I don't think that's part. I think marry. I think in this specific game, marry is. I always understood it as you over many years F. And F is just you do one and
right.
done.
I'll be honest. Yeah, Matt's probably right in good faith, but no rules were stipulated. So what do you do?
I don't know. I never thought about it that way.
Nice to see how David Dole views his own marriage.
I'm just saying you can treat it how you want, right? So if you don't enjoy it, you don't need to be in it. And then
listen, me and my wife don't touch each other at all, so I'm assuming that's what marriage is.
That is not the case. Who's this for? I don't think it's for me.
That is for me. Okay, I missed it. I'm sorry. A85 Ramos with $5. Thank you, Ramos. The older I get, the more I get gaming fatigue, so I take breaks. You guys got any tips on how to handle work-life hobbies? For me, I think that taking breaks is good. One thing that I'll say is play something that is fun, that makes you happy, not like the thing that people are talking about, right? Because when I was, when I was going through college, it was really hard to find time to play games, and certain like jobs that I worked at, I had little time. But what little time I had, I would always get like, I would jump into the hype train. So it's like, oh, I want to play this latest and greatest game. Just play something that you like, even if it's older, because then you're going to actually genuinely enjoy it. You don't always have to play like the latest and greatest game. So just find something that you like, even if it's something you already played. And yeah, that might help you recapture the magic. Like for me, if I kind of get like fatigued with newer games, I always go back to like Stardew Valley or something that, you know, just genuinely makes me happy. Yeah, have you played it? It's good. You might like it.
I hate games like that. Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, anything when you
like
gotta
cozy games.
Live. No, I don't play games to get cozy. I play games to kill.
Well, to be fair, I think that Stardew is much different than.
variety.
I mean, it's similar to Animal Crossing, but there is more to it, right? Like you're trying to.
It's more
run
social
a farm.
relationships, right? Like.
Kinda like there's that aspect, but there's also like, you know, you go in mines and you try to find, you know, different items. There's more to it than Animal Crossing for sure in terms of gameplay, but Animal Crossing is peak cozy game for sure. But Stardew Valley is something that I think anyone can enjoy.
Hideous Lemon.
This one's for me. £5. Thank you, Hideous Lemon. Can guarantee if Leftist Mafia adds some sack tap, the show will pop off. I don't know about that, but
Listen,
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
If
virtual sack tap.
Listen, if sack tapping is actually the secret sauce to Steven Crowder's riches, then I give you all consent to sack tap away over here if you would, if you'd like, for the good of the show.
I mean, just think about like even your partner doing that to you. Would that not be the most irritating fucking thing imaginable? Like, just like why? You know what I mean? Just leave people. Stop touching people. Like,
listen, I'll take one for the team. I promise. If that's actually the magic behind his monetization.
Imagine that's why he's so successful. I'm pretty sure it's the billionaire money behind him. I think that's what that's what it is.
He's sack tapping the billionaires. That's how he gets the money.
There's a link for Rebecca. I'm not sure who this is for, but there's an actual link to help.
Oh, that's for me. Mark Robinson. This is $20 super chat. This is for Rebecca. Like David said, there's a PayPal link for Rebecca. Any super chats that you give, I'm keeping because it's mine. No, I'll send the $20 to Rebecca. I swear I'll send it to Rebecca.
Yeah, but the thing is that you should definitely, if you want to get money to Rebecca, YouTube takes 30%, whereas with the PayPal donation link, she'll get all of it. So that's why you should definitely use the link itself.
No, I was gonna send $20 to Rebecca, but I don't get $20 to give Rebecca.
Yeah. So it really is the best way to support her. It's just straight up through PayPal. I know it's like, you know, it's not as fun as like a super chat and stuff, but she could really use it. So like, I would really prefer that, you know, instead of sending it to me, you know, send it to Rebecca.
It's for me, I believe. A85 Ramos with the super chat. Emma's ESVN is awesome. How does she feel about covering sports from the left so far? Anything she wants to talk about that she has not had time to? I'll ask her, and we'll definitely get an answer there in terms of you know, what that question you're asking is. But yes, Emma's got a great sports show, spin-off from Majority Report. It's Emma covering sports from a leftist perspective as a big sports fan. I think that's great because I don't think there's very many, if any, I could think of explicitly leftist sports shows. And Emma's actually like a real... Emma's actually like a real deal, like hardcore fan of basketball, football, baseball, all the major sports.
Hockey as well.
Her pitch for that show was really true, right? She was like, I feel like there is no like sports show from a leftist perspective, and it's like she's totally right. There really isn't. It's like it's a massively untapped market.
Yeah.
Maui Gituma, $50, very generous super chat. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Says, speaking of sexual harassment, there's a lesbian refugee human rights activist in Kenya who has a GoFundMe for her community. Please read Inky Okopi on Threads, video showing conditions for the LGBT community there. So I brought up the link as
check it out.
Matt was talking. So I will, we will check this out. I'll have to read more into it. And I think there's a video as well from YouTube. But that for anyone that's watching as well, check out Yeah, for Threads, so you can't look at the timeline on Threads, but you can actually go to specific people's profiles. So if you do threads.net, they have the .net, not the .com, I don't think, but threads.net / that name, then you'll be able to find that link.
I'm retweeting it right now so people can
YouTube
find it.
Video. All right. But thank you. Steven?
It's for me, Steven Siobhan with his $5 super chat. Wait until Alex Jones gets sued again and Crowder gets pulled into it. Yeah, it could happen because Crowder had Jones fill in for him on his show, which got him in trouble with YouTube.
That is so not smart. Just
I saw like clips of like
to promote his. He did it to promote
Mug Club,
show.
right?
Yeah, no, the Rumble show.
Uncanceling.
The Rumble show.
Yeah,
he's such a weird.
What were you gonna say?
If I can save it for next week, we go into more detail. But I spent like over an hour watching his whole special where he basically
I saw clips of that,
like uncanceling and all that kind of stuff. And like at the end of the day, it's pretty wild. He grabbed some like S tier Mad TV style people who got canceled or whatever on there is one of the people. But he's basically taking credit for Rumble existing. He's like, it's like, we can't be canceled because we invented this new network that I was like, you're on Rumble. Anyone can join Rumble for free. It's like me taking credit for YouTube because I'm on YouTube and being like, yeah, I'm reaching more people than ever before because of my network, my YouTube channel, right? Like it was just so weird.
I'm not sure I've talked about this before though. I think, on this show, I know I have before, but it's like 3 years ago, someone connected to Rumble said that Rumble was interested in talking to me because they were trying to find some people on the left to bring onto Rumble to make it seem less far right.
Really?
and they were like looking to sign people, and I was like, get back to me in a few. Like I don't want to be the first person there, right? Like I don't want to. If you're actually going to, and it wasn't going to be like an exclusive thing. It was going to be like, if you post a video, it's going to be maybe exclusive for like, I don't know, like a day or something on there, or like basically like you could work at the details. So but I did not want to, like, at the time, even like 3 years ago, it was like a very right-wing place, and I did not want to be, the guinea pig. And clearly they didn't, I don't know, did they sign anybody from the left? Like,
no,
as far as I know, they haven't.
Which
they signed Jimmy Dore.
Greenwald. Yeah, or Jimmy Dore.
They signed him from the left, right? So I'm just gonna put this out there right now, Rumble. If you're still looking for your leftist content creator to throw money at,
there you go.
I've said before, I would at them on Twitter and said, like, I want to make a Rumble series about Peter Thiel. Will you fund it, or are you like free speech cucks or something? And see if they spend money, why not?
That's why I look at this. I challenge
Alphabet's
Rumble.
a bad company too. Yeah,
I challenge Rumble to give me, a leftist, $1 million to host a show on Rumble in the to defend free speech. If they truly love a diversity of voices, they will give me $1 million to have a Rumble show, and I will accept. Telling you right now, I will accept.
I brought this up though, like in the conversation, I'm like, can I criticize anybody on Rumble? Like, can I criticize these people? And they didn't have a straight answer for me. So at that point, I'm like, if the contract is like you can't talk shit about anybody on there, then I'm not gonna fucking be on Rumble. Like, then you're muzzling me as the free speech platform. So I don't know. The whole thing seemed weird, but I am glad I did not jump into that.
Rumble, if you give me $1 million, I will whatever content you want, you'll get it. You tell me.
Oh, so you're pulling a Jimmy Dore on us right now?
Yeah,
Jimmy Dore.
I'm joking. But for $1 million, I will host a leftist show on Rumble. I will pull no punches. They want
you to pull the punches. Is the problem?
I will give you one hell of a leftist show to give a broader spectrum of voices to your platform, Rumble. $1 million and you get this.
I don't know about
if
that.
Rumble pays off my student loan debt, I will post one video there of my choosing.
Oh, there you go. That's a commitment.
For $1 million, I will give you a daily show, Rumble. I'm telling you right now.
Speaking of fun content, J-Man G with a $49.99 super chat. Oh my God. Thank you. Says, love the content, guys. Binder fun WWF story. Brutus the Barber Beefcake told a story about Andre the Giant deucing it on a plane to Japan. Apparently, everyone on the plane started crying and throwing up.
Oh, Andre's a big guy. Wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
That sounds.
Did Andre not know how to flush? That's another question.
How did he fit in the washroom? That's something I'm curious about. All right. No, we did that one already. Goblin friend?
I like that.
Who's this for?
I believe Binder.
Oh, is it for me? Oh, yeah, it is. Goblin friend with a super chat. How do you respect the men? Teabags an employee. Oh, you doing like like what goes on in Crowder's office?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. This one's for me. Hideous Lemon with £5. Thank you. Why does Crowder have to be bi? Shakes my head. As a bi guy myself, he does not represent us. True. Bi solidarity with Lance and David. Money to Mike. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. We love our bi kings and queens and NBs.
Yeah, I should say, like, saying that somebody is probably closeted, I don't think is a wrong thing to do. If that person's a piece of shit.
Oh,
no, not at all. Yeah.
Only if you're weaponizing the fact that they could be gay is something negative. But otherwise,
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm all for outing homophobes to expose their hypocrisy. That's kind of my policy. Outing someone is negative. I mean, I was literally outed to every single person I've ever known. So like, don't do it to like a gay person. It's like, hey, they're gay. They want you to know.
Yeah, don't do it to like
somebody
a good
who's
person or like just a random person. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I think most people can distinguish, the difference.
I think context matters there.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of good news, by the way, what's his face just came out as pansexual. It was fantastic news.
Oh, right. Wayne
Brady.
Oh yeah,
Wayne Brady.
Wayne Brady. I was like Wayne.
Yeah. Wayne Brady just
our
came
pan
out as
king.
Fucking awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
I believe this is for Binder.
Yes.
Yeah, hold on. Yep, it's for me.
No, it's
Wanda
not for me.
with a super chat. Glad you're back. We missed you. Aw, thank you, Wanda. I missed all of you too.
We did miss Matt. Although I will say, do you want to know how short the show was, Matt?
Was it a lot shorter?
It was wonderful. I gotta say, it was wonderful.
Just over 3 hours. Yeah.
I had somewhat of a proper sleep. Somewhat.
A lot less super chats or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just generally because less people.
I played like 2 to 3 hours worth of Final Fantasy before bed. So
Damn.
16.
Yeah, 16. Yeah.
I've heard it's good.
It's pretty fun. Yeah, I like it. Although I do I think I experienced what David was speaking to, where there was like a moment where it's kind of just dull. I think I just got past that moment, I want to say. Or maybe.
Okay.
But I can see what you're talking about for sure.
Yeah. I'm still glad I beat it, but let Lance do some of your chats.
Cat67, thank you for the $3 and the how's it going sticker. I don't know if there's a sound I'm supposed to make for that. Meow Nyan with the $13.99. Here's $14, Lance. Show them Ram Ranch. If I sent you a clip of Ram, would you play it? Or
I'm not gonna
copyright. All right. Okay.
I'm not gonna risk anything.
My hands are tied. Mantang, thank you for the $20. Please help me confirm. Is Tim Pool's dad the real guy? And is that actually him in the chat? He did a legit video. The Beanie Burner took down Tim. Not sure if I'm too excited and getting trolled. That apparently is, and he was in my chat for the stream, Tim Pool's real father.
Oh, that's actually Tim Pool's dad. I thought it was a meme.
Legend. Yeah, no, legends have it. I mean, if it's a character, that's a hell of a character because I do know Tim Pool's sister a little bit. She's reached out to me several times, and as far as I know, that's Tim Pool's dad.
Shout out to Meng Tang, by the way. I just met Meng Tang last week at my Patreon live chat. She's awesome.
Oh, sweet. And also thank you to Tim Pool's dad for funding my show with the $10 dono. That's incredible. Wow, I'm almost done. Do you want me to just knock out the last 3?
Yeah, you might as well just finish.
Okay, so Ren, thank you so much for the $2. I feel like Lance needs more chats. You are correct. Take them away from Matt Binder. Give them to me. Katie Sheffy, thank you very much for the $2. A little super chat love for you. And La Di Da Da, thank you for the $10 with the message of the shocked face. Thank you so much.
This one is for me, Progressive Boomer with $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. 8 months of membership. Hey, cheers to that. And Emma is a guest. All the more reason for me to celebrate. Hey, that's awesome. Any reason to that you can find to celebrate in these times is, I think, it's legitimate. Thank you. So this one is from... No, this is for me. Okay. Wanda, 199. Nice to see you again, Wanda. I have two, Rebecca, but had to give some to you too. Oh, well, I really appreciate the kind sentiment. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving to Rebecca as well. This one is for me. It jumped. Here we go. Maui Gitsuma with $10. Thank you so much. Hey, David, give Mike that $50. Wasn't meant for you. Dang. Seriously, though, check out the thread. Thank you, Maui. On Threads, I retweeted both of your, or at least the top 2 tweets in that thread, so people can check it out. If you want to see it, I don't know if you're already following me on Threads, but it's just Mike.Figueredo. I did retweet it, so you can check it out. But thank you for sharing that, Maui.
Still alive with $9.99. Thank you. Says, now that Steven Crowder is pretty much canceled, is there anything in Ben Shapiro's closet that could sink him into irrelevancy too? Or is his fast talking style too profitable for that to happen? I mean, I wouldn't even say Crowder was gone. I mean, Crowder, yeah. I mean, his views are going down for sure, but I think he still has membership, right? He still has, and by the way, just it's my personal opinion. I think a lot of that Mug Club membership are like big ass donors that are just pretending there's like a lot of people. That's my thoughts on that. But
yeah,
it's probably a mix.
But he's always going to exist because there's going to be billionaires giving him money. Like unless he does like a Milo where he just says something really that is really indefensible for his audience, then it's not going to matter. So I don't see him going away. And same as Shapiro. I think Shapiro's just, I don't think he's hiding anything really. I just think he's a bad person. Like, I don't think Shapiro really has
what you see is what you get. And they're not, look, they have so much money. They can absorb these blows, right? They can have shit views for 1 year, 2 years. They're going to be around because they are comfortable as fuck. They are millionaires. So that they're going to be fine.
And they can be really shitty people and still be like, imagine if that story came out like, about the SAC tap, about like, I don't know, Majority Report, like that, right? You know, Sam's like, if you're gonna work here, we gotta play SAC tap. Like they would be done. Like, you know what I mean? Because people, there's some principles, there's some standards that you expect something out of certain people. For them, you expect nothing out of Crowder. So it's just, it doesn't matter what he does.
Foresto Montero. Even the Elon stands are out of excuses. I argued with one recently who didn't even try to defend him, just said he succeeded before, so I trust him. Yeah.
Sound logic.
Oh, it's for me too. Kowalski, leftists going to the right wing. The TYT pivot. Seems like that's becoming a thing.
Something in the water.
Yeah.
Gas leak. That's the popular theory I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Celadonia says, please make Emma a permanent leftist mafia member. She's legit one of my faves. Love you, bish. Emma's great.
I don't think she
I don't think she would. I don't think she would do it
either. Yeah.
I think she has a lot going on. She has too. I mean, she's great. She's fantastic. But I think
that'd be amazing. But she doesn't need, to an extra thing to do when she's on majority. No. Like, it's a massive show. So. And
then she has to wake up early the next day to go to the
Yeah. We can dream though.
Ignar Husky with a super chat. Hey Matt, tidings for the punk. You ever check out some of the bands I've recommended? Been curious to hear what you have to think about them. Cheers. I don't remember what bands you specifically recommended, Ignar. Resend them to me, and I'll let you know if I check them out. I don't recall which ones you specifically recommended.
I remember Ignar recommending them, but I cannot remember the names for the life of me.
Teeth, I think, was one of them.
I don't even remember.
Could be wrong.
I don't know.
Ishmael Rodriguez, 1999 super chat.
The message,
thank you. Says Rebecca. Some of these chats on my YouTube screen have like a 1 beside them, and it's like this one has like a 1 and it's flashing. I don't know what that means. I haven't seen that before. It's almost like a super sticker, but it's with the super chat. But thank you, Ishmael Rodriguez. Not that one.
For Resto, the super chat, I'm still mad about Marilyn Manson being an assaulter. For my entire childhood, he cosplayed the enlightened emo dude, and I used to think he was great. No, that wasn't him. He wasn't the enlightened emo dude. He was always a fucking weird.
That's someone I was not a fan of.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of him. I didn't think he was a terrible guy. I mean, I didn't really have any opinion on him, but he definitely was not, did not come across as like a emotional guy. That's for sure, if you ask me. Is this for... Wow. Adam Iloff with a $20 super chat. Speaking of disappointment, if you want to replace Tucker... hold on. Speaking of disappointment, if you want to replace Tucker, where you will get so scared with misinformation easily debunked by a 2-second Google search, then let Grandpa know of the Anna Kasparian Power Hour. What's going on here?
I'm confused by the formation of this sentence.
Yeah, I am too. What is going on the Young Turks? I thought it was just like she was just talking shit about YouTubers, not YouTubers, like leftist, I guess YouTubers, leftist YouTubers like Vosh now. Is she doing stuff on the... I don't watch TYT. That's something you guys have to understand.
It's possible this is about Vosh. I'm not sure.
I never watched TYT. Like, TYT was not my intro to any of this. It wasn't my basis for any of this. It did not have anything to do with my politics at all. I did not watch any TYT. So like I really don't even know what's going on there now, let alone like how they usually are. You could have told me anything about TYT and I would just say, oh, well, I guess this person watches TYT and knows better than me. I've never watched it.
I think they're referring to the emphasis on certain issues over others, the stories that they choose, just in general, things that, for a while now have kind of like bothered me a little bit. Just like the overemphasis on like crime, probably stuff like that. I'm assuming. Yeah. Weird framing when it comes to like drug war stuff. Like I think Lance's breakdown was pretty fair, contrary to popular belief. But you were very nuanced in explaining.
I mean,
framing is a bit of an issue. Just from a leftist perspective, generally speaking.
Right. I've had trouble sort of covering this stuff because to me, Young Turks literally means nothing. Like, I'm not saying this is a negative or a positive. It's just, for me personally, nothing that about them that they did, said, whatever, had any effect on my politics, on my life, on my entertainment viewing, nothing. So, like, if people, if Jank and Anna got them into progressive politics, that's great. I'm glad they did that. But, like, for me personally, I got no connection to them whatsoever.
Lebowski says, and people seem to forget that Kanye said he's a Nazi. I don't think anybody forgets that.
Yeah. You literally said the line that he said. Like, you quoted.
Yeah. Travis Scott forgot because you brought him out on stage.
Well, I don't think he forgot. I just don't think he gives a shit.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
This one is from Kowalski from me, $1.99. I forgave Mel Gibson. I'm selling out to the right.
Someone said in the chat that I'm falling asleep. I'm actually not falling asleep. I'm actually literally dealing with the vertigo right now. I'm like, the room is spinning.
This is why you keep losing your spot in the super chats. You're just like, oh.
Matt, they have medication that you can take for like motion sickness.
Yeah, Dramamine. I took a pill before we started. Right. Yeah.
And
okay. Has that helped you at all?
It helped for a little bit, but not really. I think this is just something I'm gonna have to power through.
I've had it for a while. Called narrator.
There usually is. Narrator doesn't seem to be here though. Narrator usually gives me a lot.
Narrator just donated $20 to me, saying from Matt's chat. Thank you, Narrator.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh, so Narrator is here. All right. I see how it is, Narrator. No, I'm joking.
There is who's this for? Tara Lara Farah?
I believe this is from Matt, right?
Is it? Let me check really quick. No, this is not. Oh no,
this is from me. Okay, we skipped one from A85 Ramos, which is why I was a little bit off. We'll come back to that. Oh,
sorry. Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. We'll do that real quick then. A85 Ramos, $5. Thank you so much. Don't worry, Mike. Matt probably loved Hulk Hogan. Vince was probably a god to him as a kid, and he was a Steiner freak. Is this true, Matt? I'm wondering. Are there any Any cancelable?
I was a big Hulk Hogan fan. Dropped him as soon as I dropped him well before the video. Actually, what really bothered me was his reaction to his son getting into that car racing crash and literally destroying his friend's life. I don't know if you guys heard like that show.
I remember
VH1
that
show.
I watched that show.
Yeah, that VH1 show completely ruined Hulk Hogan. Like the whole aura around him died with that show because he came through. His whole family came through as really bad. They came off terrible. His son was car racing with his friend in the passenger seat, and they got to a horrible crash. And like the crash literally like put a hole in his friend's head. Like his friend is basically alive but like brain dead or something like that.
Wow.
And Hulk Hogan's response was something like, it's probably what God wanted. God, everything happens for a reason. It was very bad response. Something like that effect. This is before the racist video and everything. Vince McMahon, yes, it's a bit of a weird relationship because the guy literally runs the wrestling business. But I mean, from what was come out about him, he's obviously not a good person. So very easy to drop Vince the person, but like David said, under capitalism, nothing is pure and sacred. If you watch wrestling, if you're watching wrestling in the year 2023, you are not watching a single thing that hasn't been touched by Vince in some way. Even promotions in Japan, promotions in Mexico, who have nothing to do with WWE, Vince has changed the wrestling business to the point where they are all influenced by how he turned the WWE into an entertainment franchise, not just like a pro wrestling like exhibition. As for Steiner, I was never a fan of Rick Steiner, who said that transphobic. So the Steiner brothers were a big wrestling tag team back in the day. Over the years, one of them, Scott Steiner, became big as a singles wrestler. His brother Rick did not, but they do conventions every now and then together. And at a convention this past year, there's this trans woman wrestler who was walking by at the convention. And Rick Steiner apparently, unprovoked, just started shouting transphobic stuff at her. Dude's a huge asshole. So, yeah, I've never been a fan of him. So it doesn't matter. He doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
All right, I got to go to bed soon, guy. I'm like, I need to go to bed soon. So I'm going to run through mine if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, feel
they all
free.
seem pretty quick. So let me start here. Oh god, American Traveler, $10.
Great starting place.
Great. You already answered it.
Yeah, we already answered. We were talking about this already. But what's everyone's opinion on Anchor's ran a feud with Foxx? Yeah, we just talked about it. Let me get to Vima. Vima Rochelle, $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, do you guys know Justin King, aka Bo the Fifth Column? I didn't know that was his name. I'd love to hear him on with y'all. I don't think I've ever seen him on a podcast before. I've only ever seen him in his...
I interviewed him a couple times, like 3 years ago. But that's before all the information came out about the human trafficking stuff and all that kind of, it's one of those things for you. It's a deep rabbit hole if it's something.
I don't have the capacity.
Yeah, exactly. Way longer than right now.
Yeah.
Vinci says, thank you. $5 super chat. Says, saw a local amateur stand-up. One said, quote, my daughter identifies as a 21-year-old, but she couldn't keep her liquor down.
Right-wing humor. Very funny.
Yeah, definitely that's the one energy. Joke that they have.
Okay. Yeah. Let me find you again. Vinci says, get Dusty Smith on the show. He's a legend. I don't know who this... he's been brought up before, but I'm not sure who this Dusty Smith is.
I like Dusty. Yeah, I like Dusty.
Yeah, he's a reformed like right winger.
La-di-da-da, $10 super chat. Thank you. Says this was for Bender, but his SUV. Joking. All right, just a few more here. Joanna. Yes, Joanna sent a few out.
Wait, are we just doing all yours? I missed that.
Yeah, just so I can get out of here because I need to get up in the morning. Joanna Davis, $9.99. Thank you so much for your super chat. And two more. Kazumi, $7. Thank you. Says Rumble needs to allow people to search for live streams. They don't allow that? That seems bizarre. Seems like stupid. A basic feature of search.
Yeah, that does seem silly.
All right, last one. Narrator, left is best. Great one. Thank you, narrator. All right, guys, I'll try to bring you up for where we were before, if I remember the spot. And let me get out of here.
I just realized
once
it's
I do
midnight
that.
already. Damn.
Yeah, time flew by today. There you go. You were here. All right, guys. Good night.
Good night. Take care.
Bye, David.
Bye.
I'm probably gonna crash too.
All right, peace.
Guys.
Take care.
See you, Lance. See you next
Bye,
week.
friends. See you next week.
Have a
Oh,
good
by the way,
week.
Matt Binder, answer my DMs on Twitter. You've never responded to like 2 old ones I sent you a while back.
There. I didn't even realize. I'm sorry. I'm out of it. I haven't been. Yeah, I'll check it out right now.
All right. So this one.
Let's. I'm zooming out of my red sunburnt face. So.
Okay, so Tara Lara Farah, $4.99. Thank you, Tara. Wish it wasn't normalized for people to be all, well, I guess that's okay for them, but if my child was queer, like kids are just property. Responding to Neo. Yeah. This isn't necessarily a new sentiment towards like the LGBTQ plus community where it's like, okay, well, I guess I can tolerate it if it's out of sight, out of mind. But if my kid, if my son brings home a boyfriend or if my daughter brings home a girlfriend or is trans, then, I'm not going to tolerate it. Yeah, it's obviously antiquated and it's a way for them to, I guess, like justify their low level of tolerance. But yeah, I know what you're speaking to, Tara, and I've seen it. And yeah, my parents said that before too. Like, oh, as long as one of my kids aren't gay, before I had come out, So these things, like, they do hurt. Even if you think your kids are straight and cis, they might not be, and they're gonna remember that. It's gonna stay with them. So yeah, parents do need to stop doing that for sure. All right, this one is for you, I believe.
Yep, Foresto with the super chat. I highly recommend that everyone watches Hassan Piker's coverage of the Brawl. He narrated it like he was doing a Super Bowl play-by-play of an MMO raid. That does sound like fun. I'll have to check that out. That sounds like a very good idea on how to cover it.
I believe also for you.
Ignar Husky. That fight was probably the most memed fight ever, and it's just glorious. LMAO. I love that the smoke signal went out and every Giga Chat came into flex.
Also for you.
Lottie Da with a super chat. $10 super chat. Saw Michael Schellenberger mentioned in the UFO subreddit and feel like that's where the next right-wing grift recruitment drive will be. Oh yeah, they're already jumping on that. It fits in perfectly with like the government doesn't want you to know.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And listen, there is shit the government doesn't want you to know that we should obviously try to find out about, and there should be whistleblowers, and we should find out these things because not everything they don't want us to know is in our best interests. But I don't think this is one of them, and it's clear based on who's jumping on this and what actual legit information we have on this. What's real and what's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Also, speaking of the whole UFO thing, the latest whistleblower, David Grosh, there's an article about him by Ken Klippenstein in The Intercept, which, by the way, he was let go from, which is very weird. And it was an interesting article, so I'll recommend that you read that and you support Ken Klippenstein because he is good.
Yes.
He's awesome. We love Ken. Okay, this one is for me from Maui Gatuma. Thank you so much for the $10. So we got a singer and we got bass, excuse me. How do the rest of y'all feel about drums? Rebecca is a great fit. Love Rebecca. I have never played the drums, but I feel like I kind of have an ear for music. I might be able to be drums if I take the time to learn. I could do it. We could have a whole band here. This one is for me from Kate Trevelle. Hey, Kate. I just met Kate also last week at my latest Patreon chat. Love Kate. Great show. By the way, Mike's chat is best. True. Thank you, Kate. Let's see here. This one. Hang on one second. I think this is for you, actually.
Let me double check. Yep, Daredevil. Mike, I will write you some sick burns to use on Binder. How mean do you want to get?
On a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being nice and 10 being mean, I wouldn't go past a 6. I can't be mean, especially to Bender.
You gotta turn the knob up to 11.
I can't see. I can't. It's funny. Like it's funny when you turn up the meanness, because I know you're joking. But for me, if I said something mean, even if I'm joking, obviously, I don't know. I would still feel like guilty and mean. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a cuck. That's cuck.
I could take it. So you could feel free to give me whatever you want.
Okay. I'm a little bit of a cuck. I can't be mean. Okay, so we have I believe this one is for you, or unless we read this one.
Katie Sheppy with a super chat. Happy Thursday, melting out here in Phoenix. Love all of you people. Oh well, stay cool, Katie.
I love you too.
Geez,
yeah,
I can
that's
only imagine
tough.
what it is. Jeez, can only imagine.
I don't even want to. Yeah. It's 69 degrees in Portland right now. Nice. At least that's what my watch says. This one is for you.
And Yelman. I hope it's or Andy Elman man. With a super chat. Binder, I've worked in the vestibular rehab for 5 years. Sounds like you might have mal de debarquement. I came across that in my Google searching. Yes. You can be treated by a vestibular PT or an ENT. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go into... do you recommend I go in? Do you think it's necessary? It's pretty bad. I might have to go in if it doesn't clear up in a day or two. Because it's not been a few days. This boat ride was on Saturday.
And you've just been dealing with this the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You've just been suffering then.
It actually goes away when you're in motion. So in car rides, it's not there. When I was doing other things where I was in fast movements, it wasn't there. It's a lot easier to deal with when I'm just walking. It's noticeable, but it's not so bad. Sitting down in front of a computer is actually the worst. I haven't done this all vacation, sit down in front of a computer, so I didn't know it would get like this. This is definitely the worst. The whole room is spinning this whole time.
No shit. There's got to be something that they can give you to at least like calm it down. That's not fun.
Yeah, I might have to do another Dramamine. I took one pill thinking that'd be enough because I don't like taking. I'm not like anti-science or medication like some straight edge people are, but I don't like to overdo it. So I try to keep it at what the minimum or the recommended amount is, and not go like if it says take 1 or 2 pills, I take 1. But it seems like I might have to take 2 pills.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, this one is for me from 420 Bong Smoke, $5. Thank you. This is going to sound corny, but I love the woke mob, woke ideology outro. In my opinion, when those two terms are said so much, it highlights the stupidity. Yeah. So they're referring to my outro with Elon Musk and Ron DeSantis, where they said woke so many times during the launch of his presidential campaign that it became a meme. I think that you're absolutely right. It does highlight how stupid they are. All the different variations of, weaponized wokery and all this dumb shit. Woke Olympics. Like, they just sound like clowns. Okay, so I believe this is you.
Narrator. Coordinated leftist mafia plus Majority Report audience Twitter campaign to challenge Tim Fool to debate Sam Cedar. He's not going to do it. We've challenged him right on his own show on air. He's not going to do it. I mean,
he's scared.
Maybe he'll do it. Let's put it this way. Maybe eventually something will push him over the edge to do it. But it's not going to be any sort of online pressure. It's going to be someone in person calling him a pussy that he respects or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like Joe Rogan would have to call him a pussy for not debating Sam Cedar. But I think Rogan himself is another one who's afraid to debate Sam. So that'll probably not happen either.
I think that he would be wise to not debate Sam Cedar because Sam Cedar is a very, very talented debater. And I don't remember his name. He had the guy who was on Temple's show with Emma on, and they debated about crime. And it did not go well for him. Sam poked a million different holes in all of his arguments. And this is why people don't debate Sam Cedar. He's a very skilled debater, very knowledgeable. So I don't think it's going to happen. I believe this one is for you.
See, the Jinamere with the super chat. Tell me how to pronounce the Jinamere. It's actually Jinmere. I'll see if I remember that.
I know they did say that a couple of weeks ago, I think, and I don't know if I mispronounced it since then, but I'm certainly trying. We're gonna get it down for sure. Okay, here is another one for you.
So Ren with a super chat. Matt, if I said you were my hero, would you expose all of the skeletons in your closet live on Leftist Mafia? I mean, I'm sure every asshole who has skeletons in their closet and have come out to be horrible people have said this. But I legitimately have no skeletons in my closet. I'm as, what you see is what you get. I don't think that'll ever change. I don't think I'll ever wake up one day and decide to be a huge douchebag and be a terrible person. But who knows? Maybe this Mal Day debarkment will drive me up the wall, and I'll just go on a rampage one day because I'm so dizzy all the time.
Is this for you or David? I don't know if we went over this one.
This is for me. Narrator with a super chat. You either die a leftist or live long enough to see yourself become center right. Michael J. Scott, probably.
Also for you.
No, this wasn't for me.
No? Okay.
Oh, you already read this. I already read this one then.
Oh, is that? Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay. So this one's from me. A Dusty Partition with $2. Thank you. Love your content, but this is for Matador.
What,
all right.
No,
all right. I'll send him some Dramamine, some additional. Okay, so la-di-da for me, $10. Thank you so much. Are you guys playing Baldur's Gate 3? I'm not. I heard great things about Baldur's Gate. My husband is playing it, and it seems like he is enjoying it, but he does think it's a little bit overhyped, and there's some things that he doesn't like about it, but for the most part, I've heard really good things about it. So I might check it out because I give into the hype sometimes. This one's also from me. My dogs are goth with $5 Canadian. I love the dogs. So cute. I sent some money to Becca's PayPal already. I'm here to call you out. Are you in David's chat tonight? Well, thank you so much. I'm really glad that you did send money to Rebecca. I'm not in David's chat, but I should be more. We have another one from me from Killer Ken, $5. Mike, what that beard do? I don't know. I trimmed it last week. I cut off like 2 inches of my beard, and it feels much, much, much better. Lighter. I'm like 10 pounds lighter after doing that. Let's see. Okay.
Cold Dog with a super chat. Next time you stream Fortnite, you should bring Leftist Mafia. We should do a Fortnite stream, everybody. I think that's a free game.
I'd be down. Yeah. I wouldn't be very good at it. And, our cheeks would get clapped by Matt, but it would be fun. Some type of gaming stream would be fun.
We could be on the same. We could be in the same team. We could be a four-person team.
Oh, but then we'll drag you down. One thing that I will say, and that'd be fun too. But one game that would be really fun is there's this game called I think it's called What the Dub, and it's just like old movie clips, and you just dub it yourself, and you join with your phone, and then you vote on who has the funniest dub, and it reads it out, and it reads out all the curse words and everything.
Oh my god, what is it called? That sounds really great. What's the dub?
What the Dub, I want to say. Yeah, it's like on Nintendo Switch, on Xbox. It was a really fun.
It's on Steam.
Oh, it's on Steam too. Okay, yeah. That would be a fun one for us to play on stream. I think we'd have a blast.
Should do that.
Yeah, that'd be a ton of fun. And the way that they edit the clips is they kind of like set it up so you do say something dirty, like with where they cut it off. So just really funny. Like the people who made this have dirty minds and a funny sense of humor. But yeah, that'd be a fun one. Okay, so I think these ones were for David. There's stickers from Joanna Davis. Let me see here. Oh no, one was for me actually. Thank you, Joanna. I'm not seeing a message there or a sticker, but I appreciate that. Okay, so the next one is this one.
Bay Photo. Starting to think Crowder didn't take the Daily Wire $50 million contract because there was a no sack tapping clause. Yeah, That could possibly be it. God, I can't imagine turning down $50 million. Holy shit.
I would be done. I just retire. I mean,
listen,
that's all you need.
Listen, let's say like I was offered $50 million by some right-wing organization to like do a year of right-wing content. I would do the year of right-wing content, and then to absolve my sins, I would just simply turn around and donate like 30 million of my 50 million to like an LGBTQ organization.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I could even do that, because I mean, money isn't everything, right? Like as we were saying earlier, like you've got to be able to live with yourself.
Hey, you know what though? Taking money from them though, and then giving it directly to a good cause that will you would have to like work out like, will my commentary cause more harm than $30 million worth of aid to an organization that helps out like, I don't know, like the youth or something? I don't know. I would assume, I hope obviously I wouldn't take the money if that was the case.
Right.
But if it was like, I got to say that taxes are bad for a year, and I would 50 million I'll take, and then donate the money. But if it was like, if it was like white supremacist content, or like obviously like virulent like anti-LGBTQ, I couldn't do it. But if
you were like a establishment anti-Trump Republican, like a suburbanite, that wouldn't be as bad as like a fascist.
Right. Like I said, it would depend. If they just want me to like talk about how like the tax rate should be cut and trickle down economics works, then I think I could do that, and then give the money to good causes.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, I think this one is for you also.
Kalia says, if you had $50 million, you would say taxes are bad for free, probably. No, I actually wouldn't. I think if I had $50 million and they took like 50% of it, 60% of it, 70% of it, I would still have like $10-20 million. I can't imagine being upset. I'm not that guy. I would be glad to pay that much in taxes if I had $50 million, which would then turn into what, $10 million, $20 million. I would be happy to do it. God, I don't think people
understand how much money $1 million is. Like
literally, like if someone gave me like $5,000 right now, it would change my life. So I mean, $1 million would be like.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think that I've made $1 million in total since I've been working since I was 16, and I've worked consistently. Like people don't understand, like that is such a huge amount of fucking money.
Right. I would I would say like with $1 million, you couldn't live off $1 million, because what I'd probably do is I'd probably like just buy a house or a co-op or a condo or whatever, just so I wouldn't pay rent anymore. And then that would like wipe out like all of it, obviously, if not most of it. So like then you'd still have to work, but like that's what the first thing I would do if I had like $1 million.
Yeah, you just be set for life basically, not having to worry as much, until the apocalypse hits, then climate stuff. But I mean,
rent is the biggest expense. So if you could wipe that out with and then
Yeah. Okay, so this one is for you.
Ignore the super chat. Low Small Hablados was the Portland band, local band. There's Gorilla Splinter, The Last Responders, Fishbone. Honestly, I forgot exactly each one too. LOL. I needed that reminder. I'm gonna make the note right now again, and I will let you know next week.
PDX local, okay. Although Fishbone sounds relatively familiar.
I'm familiar with Fishbone. I just haven't listened in a while. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got another from Narrator. I think this is you.
Yeah. Wait, is it for me? I think so.
I believe so.
Yeah. Narrator. You see Elon offering to pay legal fees for anyone fired from their job because of something they posted on Twitter. Yeah, my first thought was the guy Elon Musk fired from Twitter for replying to him on Twitter should take that offer. There was a guy who a few weeks after Elon bought Twitter corrected Musk in his replies, and Musk said, "You're fired" to him, and then actually fired the guy. He should take Musk up on that offer.
Yeah, that's actually a hilarious response. I wouldn't have thought of that. That's good. That's why you're at the top on Twitter. It's good. This one is for me from Narrator. $5. Thank you, Narrator. Jenk went on PBD podcast to call themselves mainstream progressive. Still not sure what that means, but okay. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that the video was like Jenk makes a massive announcement in all caps, and it was like, we are now the home of mainstream progressives. I'm like, damn, that's like, my mind was blown. That announcement was wild. That was the biggest announcement of all time. I was genuinely just shocked. It was earth-shattering. Yeah, I mean, look, they're free to rebrand if they want to. That's fine. I don't understand what that means. I think just maybe like mainstream in the sense that they're not gonna listen to us kooky leftists with our extremist views on things that they don't like. I'm not really sure, but it's a free country. He's free to do what he wants to, and we're free to choose to tune in or not. So yeah, the title was certainly funny. I mean, all of us are guilty of clickbait from time to time, but that shit was funny as fuck. Where it's like, massive announcement, like, oh, this is the fucking announcement. Goddamn, mind blowing.
You missed one of the mainstream progressives. Yeah, that's. What a bizarre. Yeah, they're trying to obviously backtrack on how progressive or leftist they want to be. Yeah, they're obviously pivoting at the very least to the center. They're trying to be yes.
I mean, I think that's extremely obvious now, right? The rebrand kind of like solidifies it, where it's like, yeah, we're mainstream. It's like, okay, fine, whatever.
Mike, you skipped a super chat from Jay Cass.
Did I? Let me go back up. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Is it this one?
Yep. Jay Cass with a super chat. Who is the best punk band of all time? Good Charlotte, Simple Plan, Bowling for Soup, AFI, Newfound Glory, or Hawthorne Heights?
Simple Plan.
I think it's a joke, Mike. Because all those bands are like the most poppiest of pop punk bands imaginable.
No, look. As an aficionado of punk, I will say,
except for AFI,
Plan, Good Charlotte. I do like Bowling for Soup also. I love how like that's the only punk that I like. Wow, I think that Olay said the same thing, right? She was like, "Yeah, I like Simple Plan." We had this conversation.
You took the bait, Mike, but didn't know it was bait, and you're answering earnestly.
I knew they were memeing, but I'm still, it's the one the question outside of my music genre that I can't answer, even if these are obviously very poppy and corny.
I would say Good Charlotte, Simple Plan, and Bowling for Soup are all pop bands who called themselves pop punk. I would say Newfound Glory was the closest to pop punk, but were like sort of like mainstream pop punk. AFI was an actual punk band, and Hawthorne Heights, I'd put them more in the early 2000s emo category.
Okay, so Bay Photo is a member with this message for you.
Bay Photo, thank you for being a member for a month, and use my sub money for Dramamine. I will. I'm gonna have to probably buy lots of it because I'm absolutely, I don't get. You guys know me. I could stay up all night, fine. Yeah, I don't look tired. I could keep going. Apparently, though, the room moving around as if I'm on a boat 24/7 is what does me, and people are discussing how tired I look. I just realized I do look like I have like huge bags under my eyes, and again, it's not because I'm like just regularly tired. I guess being dizzy is tiring me out.
I mean, that's maddening. Like, that's not fun. I don't know. You're doing great considering, because that would be driving me nuts. Yeah, I would not be able to handle that. Let me see, where are we? Okay, so this one is for you, I believe.
It is Marla Surratt with a super chat. Just donated to Rebecca. Still not able to join you on YouTube, so I joined Mike's. You can't. So weird. I don't know why that is.
Yeah.
anyone should be able to join my YouTube as a membership. If you don't want to do it on YouTube, you can go to Patreon at patreon.com/MattBinder. Yeah. Well, I don't know why that's happening.
Yeah, that I don't have an explanation for that either. That's just very weird. I think this one is you, I want to say. Yeah.
Narrator says, I can't see the name of the app on Superchats, but can you check your messages on that one app that ends in Eon? Yes, I need to get... I said when I got back from this vacation, I was going to sit down and organize all my membership stuff, figure it out, get back to all the messages I need to get back to, a lot of stuff I've been meaning to do, try to work out what the bonuses I'm going to give you members are so I could give you guys something. I mean, I try to like make it clear that the membership is to support like the content, but I do want to give you guys something for being members. And you know what? That probably would help me grow the membership too. I want to also clip more content. I'm thinking I might just have to bite the bullet and, hire at least a part-time editor to just get some more stuff out there so I can make more money to grow the show. I need to do something to change things up because we're sort of stuck in a lull. Like, I have my hardcore supporters, which I love and appreciate, who keep me at this like level, which I could not do this show without them. But I think I need to obviously do more to get beyond the audience that I currently have to bring more people on board. And I need to literally get serious about doing that. So I'm gonna do that.
We're gonna take you and Rebecca to the next level for sure.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm gonna do a bunch of like editing stuff for you, things, whatever. I don't know what. It has to be something that I enjoy, so you don't get to choose.
Oh yeah, feel free, whatever you want. I'll take. You could literally do a compilation of you guys owning me. I'll be happy.
Okay, so this one is for me from Tara. Tara, thank you. $5. Will you tell Matt that his vertigo could be due to the crystals in his ear having moved, and he might need to go to the doctors to realign them? Oh yeah. I've heard of this before where like
is this real? I was about to say thank you, Mary.
No, like your equilibrium might need to be like, maybe it's thrown off and there's something else that they can do about that. I'm not 100% sure. I sound like a stupid person trying to explain it, but there might be something to do with your ears for sure.
Really? All right. I'll have to.
Yeah.
I might have to. I'm gonna give it another day, and then if not, I'll probably go to maybe over the weekend or something. I'll have to go.
Yeah, you should. You shouldn't have to suffer with that. It's been, it's been long enough. I think
I've seen some stories, man. I'm nervous. Some people saying they've dealt with this for months. Some people saying this has been their life now for years.
What?
Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't think that's gonna be me, but you never know. God. Ugh.
I mean, you're a young, healthy guy. Odds are it's going to go away, but it does suck. Even just a week of suffering is not fun.
I'm sorry, Daredevil just said, Binder, that dolphin laid its eggs in your inner ear canal. First of all, dolphins don't lay eggs. They're mammals. Maybe there's a full-grown baby dolphin in my ear.
Okay, so this is for you.
For me. Yep, Andy Boom with a $20 super chat. I missed everything. You guys put Emma Vigeland in her place. Yep, we called her a pedophile, just like Tim Pool. I don't know.
I saw that clip, by the way. That was fucking insane to me. God, what a freak show Tim Pool is. I think this one is also... Oh, no, this one's for me. Andy Boom with $20. Wow, thank you so much. You're cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so this one I think is for you.
Narrator with a $20 super chat. Sam Reich or Brendan Lee Mulligan would be a great pull for Left Mafia guests. I bet they do it if you found the connection. Sam Reich. I think you've said one of these names before because one of them sounds familiar.
There's been a lot of new names that people have brought to our attention, and I'm having a difficult time keeping track.
We should probably make a form, like a Google
we've been
form.
Saying,
yeah.
We've been saying for a while that we need to have like a little Google Doc, so that way we can keep track of our guests. So that way every Thursday we're like, hey guys, do we have a guest? And we invite someone last minute because that's not fun. That's not great for the guests who are like, oh, okay, I guess I can do this in 2 hours. So yeah, we do. We've been saying we need to be more organized for a while, but we need to be more organized for sure. Another one for you.
For Resto with a super chat, sometimes I think about fun ways to scam QAnon, like sunlight is actually secretly a rainbow, so it makes you gay. Buy my special no rainbow sunblock.
Yeah, if you're ruthless enough, you can do it. This one's for me, Andy Boom with $5. Thank you, Andy. Another one. Mainstream progressive equals everyone should have rights, but there shouldn't still be a hierarchy. Hierarchy, like in the sense of like the issue salience. I'm not 100% sure, but thank you. Another one for me here. Jason P with $20. Thank you, Jason. I absolutely love the doggy in your avatar there. Is that a Boston Terrier?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, I love those. Long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Hey, nice to have you. Got home late and not surprised to see you two in particular still reading super chats, right? Matt cracks me up and I love Mike's vids. Thank you. Found Leftist Mafia through Mike and now Thursday nights are my favorite. That is really, really cool to hear. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I want to say that's you, right? No, this is for me.
No.
Prairie Fire, Kowalski. I don't know why I said Prairie Fire instead of Kowalski. I'm getting tired myself. We all at this time, like past 9:30 Pacific, I start to get a little bit incoherent. So I feel like,
my eyes are now starting to tear up. So something's going on, man. I'm dying here.
Oh my god. Okay, we'll speed it up. Okay. Matt,
I would never leave you guys though. Just remember that I will never leave. I will be here with blood pouring out of every orifice, reading every one of these super chats.
Okay, so this is for you.
Andy Boom with a super chat. As a motion sick mofo myself, I find keeping my head level helps. Meaning I look like a weirdo using a phone when I'm a passenger in a car. I never will compromise the level in my inner ear. Yeah, I guess looking straight forward helps a little bit. I don't get motion sick. That's the thing. I've never had this. I think it literally was like the swaying threw off my equilibrium or something. I have no idea.
How long were you on the boat for?
It was a lot. It was like 4-hour ride.
Oh wow. Oh, okay, yeah, that was a long time. Damn. Okay,
it was just like a trip around the island or something. It was a wedding related thing. Like the whole wedding party was on it.
Damn. This one is for me from Forrest Dudley. Hey, I met Forrest a month or so ago and also got to hang out last Friday on our Patreon call. Mike, you should know that I bought the D&D beard oil. God only knows how it will turn out, Shakespeare. So Forrest was telling me that after we had our conversation about beard oil, he got an advertisement for Dungeons and Dragons beard oil. And he showed it.
Dragons beard oil?
Apparently, yeah, it's super spendy though. It's like I want to say $21.99 for 1 ounce. And the stuff that I buy is like $7.99 for 2 ounces. I told Forrest that it was $7.99 for 8 ounces, but I mistakenly was referring to like my beard conditioner. But yeah, that's very expensive beard oil. So I'm curious to know what you think, Forrest, for sure. I think this is you.
It is Bay Photo with a super chat. Maybe we just put Binder back on the boat. Yeah, maybe I have to go in reverse and it'll unsway me.
There you go.
Angelo Henry with a blank super chat. First time super chatter. Thank you so much, Angelo. Appreciate it.
And that's it.
Ooh, I do have a few Twitch stuff to read. Do you have anything?
I have not checked. Let me pull up Twitch while you do that.
Let's see.
Oh, also type your questions in the chat now. I said I was going to take some questions, non-super chat. I'll take a couple.
All right, let's see. We got Marshall Ghetto subscribed 1 month at tier 1 and gave out 5 community gift subs. This was from last week. So, okay, I want to read these too because I wasn't here last week. And I know you guys probably didn't read the Twitch ones. This was just a few. Marshall Ghetto cheered 100 bits too. Barbie opening, stomping them so hard. Marshall Ghetto said, "Can we talk about Pee Wee Herman, please?" Unfortunately, I don't think you guys saw this, but I guess you talked about Pee Wee last week, right?
Yeah, we did a little bit. Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to debunk the horrible lies and you guys spread about Pee Wee.
Well, it started with me and Rebecca were like, yeah, we believed that he was a pedophile, but it turned out that wasn't true. And then we like looked it up and we're like, oh, maybe we were right. So we were very confused, but we were withholding judgment until we got the Binder fact check.
There you go. Yeah. Solomon Succeeds resubscribed 1 month at tier 1, subscribed for 4 months. Thank you so much. And now we are here today. Muse Mob cheered 1 bit. Thank you, Muse Mob. The secret word of the day is leftist. Freems rated me earlier. Thank you so much, Freems. Valinova cheered 500 bits. Free the emotes. I do have to add the emotes to the Twitch. I will do that now that I'm back. Marshall Ghetto cheered 1,000 bits. Y'all doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. Valinova cheered 500 bits. Did you see Kenneth Klippenstein troll the UFO people into thinking he was fired tonight? They ran it as real on News Nation. I did see that. Hilarious.
Oh, he wasn't actually fired because I just saw that he said that he was let go.
No,
okay,
he didn't say let go. What was it that he actually said? It was
okay. That makes me feel better then, because I wasn't aware that he was trolling. I'm not on Twitter as much, so I wasn't like privy to. By the way, this is a follow up to Tara's message. She says benign paroxysmal positional vertigo occurs when tiny calcium crystals called autoconia come loose from their normal location on the utricle, a sensory organ in the inner ear. So that's what she was referring to. Thank you for the follow-up, Tara.
Ken tweeted, after 3 years, The Intercept has let me go, ... And then he followed it up right away with a follow-up tweet and do a newsletter occasionally, which you can subscribe to here at kenklippenstein.com.
Okay. Clever man.
He's always promoting that newsletter. First of all, this is the first thing I'm going to do. I got to relaunch my newsletter. That's a major part of my whole idea in the next phase of growing the stream and the podcasts.
Okay, I have a couple of Twitch ones that I can get to. Adrian Vixen, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. A Bond V with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Space Robo Dragon with 100 bits as well. Appreciate that. And Prong999 subscribed for 1 month at tier 1, been a subscriber for 29 months, which is incredible because I have not streamed on Twitch in quite some time. So I appreciate everyone who's still a member over there.
By the way, I'm 9 Twitch followers away from 5,000 Twitch followers. So twitch.tv/Matt Binder. Let's see if I can get there by the end of Mike reading these.
I'm trying to find a question. Here we go from John Ross. Thoughts on Rem? I can't name any songs, but Binder probably.
You mean REM?
Oh, see that. Wait, do they sing "It's the End of the World that We Know It"?
Yes.
Is that them? Oh, I like that. Okay, well, you know what? I like that. I know about that song from the movie Independence Day. I like it a lot. Let's see here. Ocean Ramon says, "OMFG, these guys are still going. That's incredible, right?" Binder's back, so we're back to doing long
we're about
streams.
To hit 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. That's we're not at the 5 hour mark. There is a new super chat.
Is there for who?
I believe this is for you. I want to say no. Oh, it's for me. Okay.
8 Twitch followers away. Let's do this. Come on. 8 more
let's do
people
it.
on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Matt Binder.
Okay, Els with $2. Binder, how can I contact you about editing gig?
Oh, if anyone, some people have already, I mentioned it like offhandedly on my stream 2 weeks ago, and like 4 people reached out with like their resumes and everything already.
Wow.
So I guess I should officially say, I'm serious about it. It's not gonna. Please don't look at this as, oh, you need a job full time to. This would be like a freelance extra money type thing. If you're looking for something full time, I do not want to stray you the wrong way. I'm not even gonna say it could become. I don't want to be one of those guys. It's totally 100% freelance. It'd be a completely extra supplemental So please understand that. If that's what you're looking for, feel free. You can DM me on Twitter at Matt Binder. You can email me, Matt at xmattx.com. So Matt at xmattx.com, as if I was a straight edge hardcore band. I will get an easier email address for business purposes. That's just my personal email. You can even someone message me on Instagram. Same thing there at Matt Binder. However you feel like you want to reach out to me, feel free to do so.
A couple more comments I want to read here, just because I did promise to go into the regular chat here. So, Swarm of Ants. Mike, my partner.
We are one follower away from 5,000 on Twitch, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Am I? Yeah, I'm following you. Okay, I'm just making sure. Mike, my partner and I love your show. Don't stop doing what you do. I love how thoughtful and good faith you are. You also do a good job of not jumping to conclusions. Thank you so much. Let's see here. What is Matt's first time seeing Pee-wee as a fellow fan?
My dad introduced me to Pee-wee, or my mom. So I think it's my dad introduced me to Pee-wee when I was 3 years old. I was addicted to Pee-wee's Playhouse at a very young age. I would watch it every Saturday morning. We had the complete Pee-wee's Playhouse VHS box set when my siblings came along, between 7 to 10 years after I was born. I remember watching it when I was a kid. I remember watching it with each of them. I remember watching the movies. I saw when Pee-wee had a small comeback in 2010 and brought his stage show, the Pee-wee Herman show, to Broadway. The whole family went to see it because I was such a fan, and in doing so, I turned them all into fans. When I was a kid, I had all the Playhouse toy set, the actual Playhouse play set. Pee-wee Herman was I would say that, like, my sense of humor, my comedy style, if you want to call that what when I'm funny, comedy, but mainly my personality, my sense of humor, things like that. I would say as a kid, it was highly formed by Pee-wee Herman. As I got older, throwing Conan O'Brien into the mix. Those were like some of my formative sort of people in terms of like me watching these people and like just taking in what they do, what they say, how they say it. Pee-wee Herman played a huge role in my life.
Okay, and we have another super chat, but I'll read this one here from Lonzetta. Hey, Leftist Mafia, you should have Joe Biden on the stream. I'll think about it. I don't know. Like, I'd rather have somebody on who is like a little bit bigger. So I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see. I'll consider it.
Hunter Biden's the real guy.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions for him.
We gotta get Hunter.
Namely, hey, do you still have your hookups for drugs? No. Okay, so my dogs are goth sends in a $2 super chat for me. Can the hosts all see the chats in one? Yeah, we can see super chats on one side, but when we select super chats, then it blocks out the other chats, which is why we can only see one or the other, but we can individually choose like which one that we see. And then we can see our own chats behind the scenes. I just learned this like a month or so ago when David and Matt taught me about it. So yeah, we could do some pretty cool things here.
Oh, by the way, I hit 5,000 on Twitch.
Hey,
my 5,000th follower was Melly Langy. Thank you so much. I hope I said your name right. Thank you, Melly.
Okay, so I already found somebody for us to raid on Twitch. Actual Jake.
Who?
We haven't rated him yet.
Ah, that's a good one.
He's great. Yeah. Yeah, he's great. Love Actual Jake.
Should we pull it up now and get ready to rate?
Let's do it.
All right, everyone. It was a great show. Thank you all so much. I will take your recommendations for my my vertigo, and I will seek professional help if it's not better by tomorrow.
Yes, please, and let us know how you're doing too, because we're worried about you.
Right. It's nothing serious. Just my, I look like shit because I feel like shit, but it's not.
That's not. No, that's not fun.
Riverboat Jack just rated me. Thank you so much, Riverboat Jack.
Oh, nice.
But we are just closing up shop here. All Riverboat Jack's viewers, we're about to send you to actual Jake. So stick around and enjoy.
All right, are you ready?
Let's do it. I'm pressing start raid. It's going to fill up. Excuse me. Give it 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And before you leave, though, everyone, make sure you hit that follow button on twitch.tv/MapBinder. And now, Mike and I are going to send you to actual Jake. See you all next week, everybody. And you too, Mike. See you next week.
Yeah, see you next week. Hope you feel better, man.
Thank you. I'm clicking raid.